we open in an office. A familiar office, one we've been in a few times before, albeit in a bit more of a state of disarray than might be usual. It's been a rough couple days. And sometimes, when it's been a rough couple days, you just have to sit and think about things for a bit, but it's quiet here. It's quiet, and the shadows hang long. And the office is, as I said, in a state of disarray, and the curtains are drawn as though to block out the light of a midday sun, but there is no light coming from outside the window. Outside in the hallway, people are getting ready to end their days, getting ready to head home for the afternoon, getting ready to go back to individual dorm rooms or apartments, maybe stop by a bar to get some drinks together, maybe grab something to eat. And they are talking as they pass in the hallway, but it is quiet here. The sounds from outside the door are muffled, distant, difficult to focus on, until just outside the door there is a sound that is bright, a sharp peal of laughter, like the ringing of a bell, and that startles the room's occupant from whatever trance she'd been in. Crystal doesn't jump, but she does start and looks around the room. It is dark outside. It was not dark outside when she sat down. The work in front of her is the same state of done that it was when she did sit down, which is to say, not especially. And a question comes to mind. How long has she been here? Ladies, gentlemen, and all others, welcome to the Overblot Incidents case number 5. I am your humble dungeon master, your host with the most, your DM for the day, your whirlwind Gale, and I am here with my lovely co-DM. Say hi, Candle.
Hi, I'm just fangirling over here over that intro. It was so good.
And Candle is here today as my co-DM, the victim for this case, Dr. Crystal Everlight. Let's go! And
Hey.
and joining us as the charming party for this particular course of shenanigans, beloved players, please introduce yourselves, going from top to bottom on the list.
Hello, I am Oatmeal, and today I will be playing the Professor. He's doing better after his own interesting games, and now there's a new thing for me to throw him at.
Love that this is the first thing he's being thrown at since then.
Yeah.
Out of the
The
frying
frying pan
pan,
into
right?
the fire, indeed. Anyways, hello everyone. I am Cartoon Kitsune, also known as Kit, and today I will be playing as the Mirror System. Specifically, to start out with, at least, I'll be playing as Aurelia, and as always, she's accompanied by her little shoulder angel, Angelique.
Charmed to have you both.
Hey.
Hello, hi, my name is Marzi and I'll be playing everyone's favorite normal boy, Leonardo Layton, and I need to tell you that when you started your cold open intro, I had just taken a sip of cola and was trying so hard not to burp into my microphone.
We appreciate and applaud your efforts. Oh boy, but with all of our lovely players introduced, let's get started, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
So, we have a bit of a situation at hand. See, everyone here in our lovely little party is typically in communication with the good doctor, Miss Crystal Everlight, or Dr. Crystal Everlight. She is usually very, very good about keeping up communications with everyone, but it sure has been a while since anyone's seen her, hasn't it? Why don't y'all tell us what exactly tweaked your character's notice that something might be wrong? What exactly did your individual characters figure, this is a little sus. This is a little off.
I think I know mine. Probably when Professor went to talk to you, he kind of suspected as much from the conversation he'd had with Crystal beforehand, but he got confirmation that, yeah, Crystal hasn't talked to you, and it was probably a little after that with some other things out of the way, yeah, this was the next thing he really, really needed to check in on.
To be fair, I don't know if the professor will know this, and I haven't brought this up with Will yet, but she has talked to Juby, though, since the professor's incidents.
Oh, yeah, no, I think that actually, if you're talking about the... Oh, she talked to Okay, sorry, my brain.
After certain stuff happened with Jubilee Tome and
Yeah,
you, I believe.
oh, yeah. You was not
okay.
able to relay that to the professor.
No, you probably wouldn't be
Nope.
able to.
Yeah. I think for my girls, as a coincidence would have it, very recently there was also an instance where a close friend of theirs wasn't answering his plot device, and she got really worried that something happened to him, and lo and behold, it did. So, needless to say, when Crystal has like suddenly stopped answering her messages for a while, she starts to get a little bit concerned too, and I think probably messages like Prof or Leo, like being like, "Hey, has anyone heard from Crystal recently?"
Mm-hmm.
Is she worried? That's her friend.
Poor girl's gonna have trauma over people not responding for a while.
I mean, I literally did have her pick up like a pair of sending stones and give one to Prof because of what happened.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to have a plot device, so this was like the next best thing.
Now with Leo, he knows that Crystal does stuff and is a doctor. I guess it's not that kind of doctor yet, but she at least she did stop by the Painted Lady when he was working sometimes, because she gets actual nice tasting coffee from him, and he pesters her about his coffee art, but that hasn't been happening recently. And he's very sad about it, because he likes pestering her about his coffee art.
Oh.
He likes guilt tripping her about his coffee art.
Correct.
Mm.
He may look a little older and more mature now, but he's still a big old crybaby, but doesn't actually know that his big old puppy eyes work on Crystal. He just knows that Crystal... Well, no, he doesn't even know that Crystal gives in really easily when it's to him. He's just like, no, yeah, that's just Crystal. But he's sad. And she hasn't been in for her coffee lately. And then Ari messages him, and he's like, oh, well, fuck.
All right.
Leo voice, can things stop happening to people I know, please?
Handshake with Ari, honestly.
Pats them both. Sorry, guys. This is Einquell, and life is a fucking nightmare. Anyway.
Man.
I'm just a kid and life is a
Life is a
nightmare.
nightmare.
Stop it, we're gonna get muted on YouTube.
You think I sing well enough to get this video DMCA'd?
I'd rather not risk it. Okay. But I think that, yeah, that all plays into itself really well, and I think that is how we wind up with the party meeting up as they do. Sort of on the grounds of the university where Crystal does her work and her studying. Y'all are sort of meeting up in the courtyard. I assume. I don't actually know how universities work, so I just assume that that's something.
Courtyard's
you
a
can
good
do.
place.
Mm,
Oh,
Yeah, they usually have a courtyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually.
Leo
So-
has a cup of coffee for Crystal in case this, on a very, like, on the off chance that this is something normal, he has a nice cup of coffee for her.
Nice.
I would die
Funny you
for
should say
Leo.
that, because Ari also brought some. I think I decided it would be like little biscotti with like honey, like honey frosting on them. Because Crystal's Faye like honey and like sweets and stuff. She figured, hey, why not bring some sweets? Cheer her up if something's going on.
You know, in case this turns out to be something normal.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's completely normal and ordinary, and everything is just fine all the time, ever.
Always.
Fine, it's cool, it's
Crystal
chill.
wouldn't keep something, like, debilitating to her health to herself.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? She is the epitome of being open with everyone.
Mm-hmm. He's an open book.
Always.
So if we're meeting up, Professor will go up to the others and just be like, all right, well, I assume we're all here for the same reason. Do you two know where her office is? I can show you.
No, I've never actually been here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if Leo knows. All he knows is that Camille came to bug Crystal once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think Leo's been before, but I think Camille's been a couple of times, so I'm happy for you to know where it is, perhaps in theory, but you've never
he
been.
knows the location in which it can be found. He has never been in there before.
Yeah.
Well, Professor is going to lead them to the location. Do you want me to roll anything for that, or just go on and do it?
I'd say just go on and do it. You have enough reason to know it and know the location, because if I remember right, you've been there before, so... This place isn't, magic. It's not gonna... Well, I mean, it's a magic university, but it's not gonna, go and reshuffle its rooms on you. It's not sentient.
Nah.
It's not like a weird magic labyrinth or something.
As far as I know. Candle, it's not sentient, right?
No, it's not sentient. That said, it is partially based off of the university I went to, which did require a map because it was so large, but I think that it's
Oh,
fine
well,
if you've been there before.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Professor's used to the ellipsis, so this is a piece of cake.
This is child's play.
True.
So yeah, I'd say Professor can just lead the way there. Candle, how's Crystal doing today?
Great start.
I'm like, my first instinct was to say I've got to roll something, and then I'm like, but I'm pretty sure I know how she's doing, and that is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's, I don't know how long she's been here. I don't think she's been home, for at least a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how much sleep she's gotten in the time she's been here either.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. It's about as I expected. Well then, if y'all will permit me. Crystal, there is a knocking at your office door.
Alright, well, now I'm like, does she open it? Because her first instinct is to probably ignore it right now, so give me a second. Yeah, she's ignoring it. I'm sorry.
Does she need a funny
Aw.
little guy?
Professor just rolls his eyes. Crystal, it's me.
Hi, Dr. Crystal. We came to visit you. Is everything okay?
Yeah, that'll probably get her attention. There's like, probably the sound of like something clattering inside, and then like the the door unlocks, but like it only opens like a little amount, and then there's just the what what are you doing here? I'm busy.
I
I
brought
know,
you
dear.
a prezi.
I think Ari kind of shrinks back a little. So Angelique will say, we haven't answered your plot device in a few days, and we were all kind of worried about you.
Yeah, just a bit of a blink. Pulls out her phone, checks, and yeah, that's about what I expected. You guys don't need any sort of insight. Oops, she is definitely surprised by that. She's not been paying attention to her plot device. So just kind of like there is like this longer than average period of her trying to figure out what to say, and then I I appreciate it, but now is not a good time. And she's gonna try and close the door on you guys.
Can
Professor's
Leo
gonna.
very
Oh, go ahead. You go with Leo.
Can
Yeah.
Leo very dramatically like drape on it, but he is pushing on it like you ignore us like this. You haven't been getting coffee with me, and you just closed the door.
Oh.
I've been busy. I'm sorry, I'll visit soon.
Hey, Kendall,
Oh
roll me a
man,
con
I
save
think
real quick.
Oh dear. Alright.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ari shrinks back even more, just like, sorry if we're bothering you.
Yeah.
Oh, delicious.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's not gonna be hard to beat. Oh boy.
No, I know.
Oh boy.
Tasty.
Go on with the roleplay, fellas.
Uh,
I'll just be here.
Yeah, and Aurelia is like kind of doing the exact opposite of Leo. Like, the more Crystal pushes back, the more she shrinks away. I think Angelique would probably be like, "No offense, Dr. Crystal, but you sound kind of terrible right now."
God.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry for the audio on the recording. The dogs are howling in the background.
Ah,
Oh, no.
Could not hear on this end.
Yeah, I can't hear it here.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything, so.
That's good at least. It definitely picked up on my OBS. Anyway,
Fair. Leo is just dramatically pressing against the door like you won't even take the coffee I brought for you. I made it for you and I brought it here.
Yeah, okay, she's not getting the door shut with Leo standing in the way. But yeah, no, she can't do this right now. So um there's probably like just a moment of no, I can't do this. And and she's gonna cast Misty Step. And now she's out in the corridor, and she's moving away from you guys.
Can Professor cast something?
Uh-oh.
Sure.
Can he cast slow? I need you to make a... I believe that is a whiz save. I'm finding it. It is a whiz save.
Alright, 1 second. I just want to check.
Partly because he doesn't want to grapple her. She's a little delicate for that.
Yeah, unfortunately, she has a spell called Counterspell.
Darn it!
Oh no!
So I was just checking the level of spell that slow was. So yeah, no, she wants out of this conversation. She can't do this right now. Yeah.
How far is the end of the hall? Or whatever door she seems to be going towards.
I do not know the structure of the inside of this building, but she would have probably used her whole movement to make it like whole Misty Step movement, so she's at least 30 feet. And I think that's probably pretty close to wherever the like stairs or whatever to get down is. So
I would say she's at the door to the stairs.
Yeah.
Professor is just going to slowly walk after her with his hands in his pockets. As long as he can hear where she is, he's not terribly bothered about catching up. The other two can do what they like.
Leo, because she's no longer holding the door, Leo probably stumbled a little into her office.
Yeah, Leo, her office is a bit of a mess right now.
Since Prof is looking at Crystal, Ari is probably the one who sees Leo make the yikes face.
Oof.
Damn bitch.
I think Ari would probably move to like help.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ari probably moves to like help him up when he stumbles, and this looks inside too.
Very messy. Also very dark.
How long has she been staying in her office for?
Oh, that's way too long. Alright. Come on. And the coffee goes into his hammer space. He probably links elbows with Ari just so
Oh wait, actually,
if he
real
runs
quick.
off. Oh.
Both of you looked into the office. Both of you make a perception check.
Ooh, tasty. Little Persepi for me.
And
A
Leo
little
gets
three.
Persepi at advantage with this one.
Hey yo! Hey yo,
Because-
Wow. That's
Okay.
a 9 for my girl. Can I have Angelique roll too?
Go ahead.
There's the advantage.
Alright.
Okay.
Well, it's 1 point more. Angelique got a 10.
With a 9 and a 10 from the Mirror Girls, it's dark, it's messy, and there's a very distinct aura of foreboding about it.
Oh, fun.
Hey Leo.
Little treat for me.
It's dark, it's messy, there's a distinct aura of foreboding about it, and there's a familiar smell.
Okay, with that, he doesn't go for linking elbows with Ari. He just immediately grabs her hand, goes to the professor and grabs him and is like, this is bad. This is really bad.
I know.
What do you mean you know? Why are you moving so slow? Let's go!
Well, as long as I can still hear her, I can estimate approximately where she is and cut her off.
I think I might be missing something here. Do you two know what's going on with Dr. Crystal?
She's sick. She has Overblot.
And it fucking sucks.
Yes.
I know Overblot's been talked about in the like the main chat. So do I have to have Aurelia roll history for this, or can I just say like she's heard of it?
I would say roll history, because you have not been directly told about it, as far as I know.
That is true. That is a 10. Makes sense. She's only like heard the word Overblot mentioned a few times, and that's about it.
The idea rings a bell, but you don't recognize what that means.
That's okay. I'm really good at exposition.
Oatmeal, I would die for
like,
you.
Out
loud. The professor just waves a hand and he goes, it's a magical parasite from another world, takes the form of ink, essentially, feeds on your very worst thoughts and desires and habits, and corrupts you until you manifest a sort of shadowy construct that will try and hurt people. You have to defeat it, or else it will grow so powerful that the person may die. The Overblot will consume them.
There's like audible blinking from both the girls, and Angelique says, well, that sounds horrifying.
Leo is holding on to both the professor and Ari so they can feel him practically vibrating because, okay, exposition, but we're moving so slow.
I think by this point, Crystal is at the bottom of the stairs, getting ready to head outside.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Professor will just he'll just sort of he'll pat the two of them on the shoulders and say, "You two should run. I'm going to cut her off." He's going to cast Dimension Door.
All right.
Yep.
Somebody post that in chat, please, because I don't know how that spell works. I've never used Dimension Door.
I can grab it.
Teleportation.
Yeah.
Very far teleportation.
500 feet and does not require line of sight. He could bring along a person, but he doesn't want to split them up, so he's not. Any point within range, you arrive at exactly the spot desired. A place you can see. Well, if it's not one you can see, it could be one you visualize, when you describe by standing distance and direction. If you arrive at a place already occupied by an object or a creature, then he takes damage and doesn't teleport.
Okay, so where's he aiming?
Is making calculations. He is aiming for basically like where he hears her to be, like a open space near that. Bottom of the stairs, 5-10 feet off from that.
Okay, with that, I'm gonna say that you pop up sort of next to one of the archways that leads out into the courtyard.
Meanwhile, I think the two kids are running down the stairs. I think Angelique probably goes a little bit further ahead because she's a speed of 40. And I will also note that when Ari realizes that Leo's holding her hand, she is blushing a tiny bit.
Amazing.
Rip to her.
Yes, of course.
Leo also has a 40-foot movement speed.
So he can probably pull her along then.
He's pulling her along because Ari's like, I love her.
Ori is having an anime moment. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Leo's having a crisis. Ari's having an anime moment.
You know the switch between them where it's like one has got the flowers and the other one's got like the gloom and it just swaps between them?
Exactly. She's got like the pink soft focus, meanwhile Leo has like the speed lines. Anyways.
Professor would like to locate Crystal and physically cut her off.
Yeah, Crystal, you are at the bottom of the stairs, and oh look, someone's here to greet you.
Yep. She notices him straight away. Like opens the door, sees the professor there. Is like, there's this really big temptation to just close the door again.
But you can hear behind her, Dr. Everlight, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bug you that badly.
Yeah. So she's just like, yeah, all right. In this case, out it is. Just like, so like out the door, and like, I don't think she's going to try anything straight away, but she is definitely walking in the opposite direction to wherever the professor is.
So she's probably walking further down the hall from the professor rather than immediately going for the archway he's standing in front of, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably another archway that leads out into the courtyard a little ways down the hallway.
Yeah, definitely.
He's gonna follow at speed.
He is in hot pursuit.
Mm-hmm.
He is approaching her location.
All right, dear. Just stop.
You can't be here.
I need to be here. Clearly.
No, you don't.
Where are you going?
Not here.
Probably a good idea. A less populated location would be ideal. You know exactly what he's implying.
Yeah, she does. There's a reason that she's moving. And I'm just trying to figure out what she would say to that. I think there is like a pause before. You need to get them out of here.
No, you need them. I can't do it by myself. I know I can't.
I don't care.
I'm sorry.
Are you? You don't sound very sorry.
I'm not going to let you destroy yourself.
And just like, there is definitely like the hitching of her breath, like, just no.
Mm-hmm.
And she does, like, she knows what she wants to say to that, but she, like, it's like stuck in her throat of just, I will not be the reason someone else gets hurt because of me again.
Mm-hmm.
But she can't get the words out.
Can this be when the children skid around that corner?
Mm-hmm.
And Crystal, that door, that archway is just a little bit in front of you. You could, at the very least, get out of the hallway. But you feel suddenly very, very cold.
Oh,
Oof.
you know what? It's
I have a
she's
dangerous idea.
probably um
If you'll hear it, if you can shoot it down immediately. Professor knows she wants to at least get out of the way. Can he dimension door with her? It's risky because he's, using magic in close proximity to this thing. He literally has to touch her to do it. But basically port her, you know, 500 feet to probably the middle of the courtyard where there's no people.
I'd say that's okay. Kendall,
Okay,
are
I'm
you
gonna
okay with that?
expend.
yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say figure out if she had the mental capacity to cast like Misty Step to get out into the courtyard, but that probably works just as well.
Mhm. All right, I've expended the spell then.
All right.
The two of them are out there. The other two are probably just about saw them disappear.
Mm-hmm.
What's Ari's movement speed?
30.
She's a little bit slower. Okay.
You're
Leo,
also probably Bastion.
yeah. Leo lets go of her hand long enough to just bury his fingers in his hair. It's like, oh, Professor! And then grabs Ari again and time to keep running.
Yep. She is keeping up as best she can.
As you guys are running, you guys make it to the bottom of the stairs. I'm not going to make you roll dex to not trip and fall on the stairs because I'm nice like that.
Okay, good.
But you do see other people sort of in the halls around you guys. Do you give them any warning?
I think Angelique could probably start shouting, like, clear the way, out of our way!
Leo, for for reasons, smiles, is a little too angry to properly verbally express that he needs people to move. And luckily, his funny little magic item lets him shove people.
Oh my god.
Are you gonna warn them about the Overblot though?
He's probably just pushing people away
Mm-hmm.
as he's running and pulling Ari towards where Prof and Crystal are.
On the one hand, it's probably not good that he's, just shoving people out of the way like this. On the other hand, dang, dude.
Oh, you know.
Strong.
Yeah, you guys sort of burst through the door at the bottom of the stairs, run down the hall towards the archway that leads out into the courtyard, and you can see on sort of a raised dais in the courtyard, just sort of on the steps of this tall central clock tower, you can see the professor and Crystal does not look very good.
I made a funny little whiz save that literally only will affect Ari and Angelique.
Oh boy.
Oh
It
dear.
was, dude, it's fine. He got like a 10 on a whiz save. So all the only thing that changes is it is like he's physically straining himself not to squeeze Ari's hand too hard, but he does let out a very, like, angry growl.
Yeah, I think that's where it finally hits the tipping point from kind of hot to, oh no, that's actually kind of scary.
What's wrong, Ari? You don't find Angie boys hot?
Only up to a certain point.
My goodness. affectionately, get your teen romance out of my existential horror, god damn it.
No!
Honestly, there's probably a good chance somebody from the Peanut Gallery, aka probably Evelyn, is shouting at Ori to, like, focus.
Focus, god damn it!
Leo's super focused. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh boy. But
Evelyn voice, I mean, focus on the thing you're supposed to be focusing on.
I mean, he is, but speaking of which, yeah, I think that's our cue. Gosh, but this is also the first time anyone's been in contact with someone the minute they overblot. That's, Professor, make me a dex
boy.
If you
save.
want.
Cool.
If you want, I can assist that because Crystal probably won't want the professor to be in contact with her either.
Well, if for narrative reasons you need him to not, but he got it at 1.
Professor!
Okay.
Even his save of a +6 isn't gonna help all that much.
I wonder if, I don't know if you'd allow this. Because it happened, it's probably something that happens really, really fast. Yeah, Leo was going to, use his funny magic item to push and or pull the professor to see if he can get him out of the way.
Unfortunately, with a nat 1, I'm gonna say no. So here's what happens.
No.
Can I add an assistance for Crystal pushing the professor out of the way?
For this one specifically, I'm gonna say no, because Crystal, you're a little occupied with, exploded.
Yeah, fair
Got it,
enough.
Chief.
Fair enough.
So, don't worry, we're not doing any damage yet, but Professor, you are close enough that you see the exact moment this thing sets off. You see black lines paint themselves over Crystal's face in the shape of a mask. And then, for a split second, the world around you goes entirely without color, and then you are knocked back 50 feet, and you are knocked prone, as a wave of force moves out, and your vision goes temporarily dark. And here's something interesting, because this is also the first time people have been not within immediate range when this thing goes off. Leo and Aurelia, you guys are just now coming out into the courtyard, and you see this happen from far away. And it's like for a second, Crystal's entire form is swallowed by pitch black silhouette. And then that silhouette splits in half. And one half gets significantly larger. Towering over the courtyard, or over the professor and over Crystal, a pair of pitch black wings spreading to brush the sky itself. When the world comes back into color and focus, this is what is in front of you.
Ooh.
Fucking delicious.
Oh,
I love her fit. Fuck it up, Queen. I'm so sorry that happened to you while you were magically possessed.
I can share the art of her now as well, so I'll just do that.
Hey, please, that's such a fucking fit. Oh my god.
That's so cool.
I like the file name.
Uh-oh. Hang on. Oh my god.
For the listening audience, the file name is The Doctor Is In.
This is Scopo, so I'm gonna post the Scopo safe one now.
OMG, a version just for me.
This is so cool.
Crystal,
That's such a fucking fit.
Crystal
Ta-da.
stumbles and then rises to her feet, her typical outfit replaced by a flowing black and blue gown. And behind her, a being that is somewhere between a bird, a dancer, and a doctor stands up, with wings made of ice stained with that familiar black ink, a mask on its face.
If you would permit me, well, I have a line that Crystal can say after this.
Go
With this
right ahead.
transformation. You never did know when to stay well enough away.
And with that, I need everyone to roll initiative.
Alrighty.
Oh my god, my dice fell out of my tray.
Ah, well, fittingly, Professor got a low roll.
I might need to switch my dice.
Ooh, so did Ari. Real quick, I want to ask, sorry, I forgot to say this until now. While they were running, would Ori have had time to throw up a mage armor on herself?
I'd say yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Otherwise, she is very squishy.
I think I put this in wrong.
Yeah, space between the R and the number.
Yeah.
All right. Wait.
Between R and the number, not the exclamation point and the R.
Yeah.
I'm smart, guys.
That's you.
Okay, so our order, we have... Oh boy. Leo goes first. Followed by Professor. Wait, nope. Yes, followed by Professor. Followed by the Construct. Followed by... Candle and Kit, can you do me a favor? You both got a 4. Heads or tails?
Tails.
Heads.
Right. Hang on. Flip a coin. Flipping.
No.
Tails. All right. So Aurelia goes before Crystal.
Fair enough. This feels thematic.
Yeah.
That is our order.
Right.
Leo, you're up first. Some fuck shit has just happened. What's your move, little man?
How far away are they from Crystal?
I would say at this point you are about 60 feet.
Oh, okay, that's closer than I thought. Nice.
60, you said?
Yeah.
Cool,
I would say they're about
cool.
halfway down the path there.
Cool. No doubt. Rad. So the first thing Leo's gonna do, because he's especially angry, is pull out his wand of magic missiles.
Amazing. Pop off.
And he's not gonna use all of them, because he doesn't want it to break. You know, in case this happens again someday. But he is going to use 6 charges.
That should give you, what, 8 blasts?
I believe so. So on
I
the
have-
7 charges while holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 or more of its charges to cast magic missile. So 6 means it's at 6th level, I believe. You start with 3 level 1. Yeah, I believe it's 8.
All right.
That sounds right.
And magic missile hits automatically, right?
Yep.
Roll damage.
So yeah, he whips out the wand of magic missiles. I think Ari and Angelique might also still be the only ones who hear it. But as he is shooting, it's just, she is mine!
Damn.
That's what? That's what, 8d4 plus 1?
Apparently. Roll it!
Boop. 8d4. Oh no, it'd be plus 8 because it's one per.
Yeah.
1 per, yeah.
28 damage, not bad.
Ooh.
All right.
That's his action.
Where's he aiming, real quick?
At the bird.
Which part?
Yes.
At the face.
Amazing. Okay. All right. Does he have anything else to do on his turn?
What do you have for bonuses, my darling? What do you have for bonus actions? He can. Professor's still prone, right?
Yes.
But Prof's also 50 feet away, so I don't think he's in immediate danger.
He's 50 feet from Crystal.
Yeah.
How far is he from them?
About 10 feet.
10?
Alright.
Okay, that means I don't need to do. I don't. Leo doesn't need to pull the professor.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he got knocked basically down the path towards where Leo and Aurelia are because I'm smart and did this on purpose.
Easier to keep track of.
Yeah, it is.
I'm wondering if it's smart to pull Crystal. Because Leo also tried this during Quinn's, but I don't remember how that went. Because I am no memories, George.
It did not work.
Didn't? Okay. I think that's all he can do.
Bardic Inspiration?
He's a little too dumb and angry right now.
Alright.
Valid of him.
Pats him.
Sometimes you have a really bad temper, and sometimes, magically, it gets a little worse.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, sometimes you have a really bad cursed item.
No, it's fine. It's fun and funky. He loves his bracelet.
He totally does. Has nothing to
totally-
do with the bracelet's magic.
Has nothing to do with the bracelet making him love the bracelet.
Uh-huh.
Of course not.
Is he gonna move or
Probably just to put himself probably closer, just so he's between Crystal and the big ol' fuckwit and Ari and Professor, because Ari and the Professor are also his.
So he's moving where?
To stand
Probably
between
like
the two enemies and the rest of the party.
yes,
Okay.
probably 10, 20 feet forward.
20 would put him in front of the professor.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Alright. That makes it my turn?
Yes, it does.
Alright.
Pop off, oatmeal.
Oh. Yeah. I don't... let's see. Are you gonna use one of these, or are you gonna go for the, simple... Yeah. Wait, let's see. Let's check the, range on that. Make sure you can actually do it from here. Range is 60 feet. Okay, good. He is going to... Yeah, he'll do this. He is going to... get up, first of all. And then he's going to, step forward 5 feet. He's a little bit closer, but still behind Leo. And he's going to extend his fist, which has a ring on it, with a Aquarius design, and he expends a charge, 2 charges, to fire a spectral ram's head at the construct's head, because he knows it is a good idea to hit the glass jar full of ink. So that I need to make a attack roll. Let's see. Oh god darn it. 10 isn't gonna hit, is it?
No.
No. Alright. Fair enough. Then it probably probably just about misses, and let's see. Yeah, just putting that in there.
Yeah. You fire this off, and the construct sort of, you know that thing birds do when they duck their head and sort of like bob to the side? It does that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, he just sort of like sighs annoyed that he missed, and he's going to look over his shoulder at Aurelia and Angelique. He says, "You're going to want to aim fire at the glass that makes up its head. If we can break that, this will go a lot faster." And he's giving Aurelia a Bardic Inspiration D10.
Nice.
Awesome. Yeah, alright, Aurelia will nod and say, "Got it, aim for the head." Okay.
And that's his turn.
Awesome sauce. All right. That's my turn. What do you want to do, you bastard? The person it wants to attack is currently not at the table.
Wait, I think Marzi's back.
Marzi, you back?
What? Oh, I didn't mean for everything to stop while I was gone.
No, it didn't.
No, you're good.
I was just trying to determine what move the construct makes, because the person it wanted to attack was not at the table. You would have been saved.
I'm sorry. That's my beat. But you'll be glad to know that I now have a beer pint full of shitty green tea.
Amazing. Fantastic. Yeah, I think this thing is... Oh, wait, no, you're out of 30 feet, aren't you?
Am I? Yeah, he's just short, because they were 60 feet and he moved 20, so at 40, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So I can't use the weapon attack on you.
Yo, interesting, am I right? I'm sorry, it's really hot.
You are so valid. Okay, roll me an intelligence save, Leo.
Jesus. Intelligence save. Oh, that's actually, oh shit, that modifier is higher than I thought it would be. I don't know if that's gonna matter, though.
Oh, just shy.
Right.
Oh, no!
All right. So that is...
Back.
I'm so sorry. This keeps happening every time Leo's in a game.
It's okay. He's a bard rogue that acts like the party tank when he himself is in fact kind of squishy if you ignore his AC.
Alright, that is 27 points of damage. Yeah, Leo, you fired off and you hurt this thing. And it, like, ducks its head out of the way to dodge the professor's attack, and then turns its weird beak mask thing towards you, and, it exhales a cloud of black through the two vents on either side of its mask, and that kinda hits you full on. There's just a wave of sudden stress and anxiety and basically just your mind feels suddenly torn in 100 directions as you get the feeling of trying to keep track of everything around you at once and just not being able to. It's too much information. And you take 27 psychic damage.
Oh, it's psychic. Okay, yeah. Leo is resistant to that. Hang on.
Oh shit. Okay, you take half that.
Ooh.
What's that's 13.
13.
Are we rounding up?
I'd say round
It
down.
tends-
My table rule is
Tends
round
to be
down.
rounded down.
Okay. Got it, Chief. Yeah. Thank you, Leo, for being resistant to psychic damage. Jesus Christ. God, this thing's so lucky it's not within 30 feet. Leo has a damaging reaction.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Hey, no, yeah, delicious.
But that brings us to Aurelia.
All right. I think first she's gonna actually not. I think she's just gonna go for this. So she kind of like holds her hands out and says, "Please let this work. Please let this work." And she's gonna cast slow, using one of her Eldritch invocations.
What is she casting slow on?
Oh, she is casting it on both Crystal and the Construct because it can hit up to 6 creatures in a 40-foot cube.
Okay, I will
Alright,
note.
in that case,
Unless
you go
slow
first.
does something else, the construct already has a movement speed of 0.
Okay, gotcha.
It does do other things. It lowers the AC and prevents it
And you can
from
only do
taking
only an
multi
action or a
attacks.
bonus action. Exactly, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Let me grab the
Okay.
spell for us.
Yeah.
It does a lot if it hits.
yeah.
Okay.
This is targeting both Crystal and the Overblot, or the construct.
Correct.
Okay. What is your
Counter
wisdom?
spell.
I had a
Oh,
feeling.
you whore!
At least
I'm
it ate up one of
sorry.
those.
I'm going to bite your hand off.
Okay. Wisdom save. What is your wisdom save, you big dumb idiot?
Crystal counterspelled it well.
Oh,
Yeah, so that means the spell is like kaput.
Oh, it isn't just for
Fucking
Crystal?
wizards.
no, it means
It's
it's
a-
like cut off at the source, basically.
Ah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Successful counterspell then.
Alright. Alright. I will note, Professor, that yeah, just for a cute little side thing, Professor, you would know that like she was attempting to cast a slow, and that she might have learned that from you actually.
Yeah, I think he does just sort
Yeah.
of give her a look like, hey.
Oh my god! Handle, I'm going to rip off your hand and eat it like an apple.
I'm
Man.
sorry. I built her to be utility and control, and I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
At least that burned another one of her counter spells, so okay, in that
To
case,
be fair, she
Aurelia
does
is going
get her
to
protect and ward off of that. So
Aurelia is going to back up 30 feet, so now she is 90 feet away from the enemies, and she's going to use her bonus action to command Angelique to attack. Unfortunately, Angelique can't, she's a bit far away, so I'm going to have Angelique do a dash action to move up to 80 feet with her fly speed, and I think that should be enough to get right up in this thing's face, right?
That should put her right up in this thing's business, yeah.
Yeah, so now it's got this like tiny little angel brandishing a golden scythe, flitting around at his face, being like, "Hey, come on, hit me! Bet you can't hit me."
For flavor, it
Love
just
her.
like shakes its head like it's trying to ignore her.
Yeah, mechanically she can't do a help action because she already used her action to dash, and familiars don't really get bonus actions, I don't believe. So that is all she can do.
All good. All right.
Yeah.
That takes us to Crystal.
yeah. Okay. I want to strangle Dungeon Master's Vault right now because it logged me out and I am struggling to get back in. So give me like a second to remember my password and why it's not working.
That's you.
That's fine, I can go through my spells.
Alright, give me a moment. I need to go find my password book.
Do 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 do.
Do 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 do. Dude, I almost ordered pizza today.
Don't make me crave pizza.
And
Pizza, crab rangoon, takoyaki.
2 of those
oh,
sound
cursing
delicious.
I'm cursing everyone with thoughts of food.
Don't make me hungry. Oh, goodness gracious. You good?
I heard a little. Ooh. That was a hiccup.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
They happen to me periodically. I don't get hiccups like a normal person. I'm not like the other girl.
You're special.
I'm special. Hiccups kick me in the throat once periodically every other day or so.
Amazing.
Alright, I'm back. Okay.
Howdy.
Oh man, okay. So, I think I figured out what Crystal's gonna do, which is well, first of all, she's going to just she's just gonna say, like, sort of yell out, I was trying to keep you guys safe and you just never listen. Hey Professor, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
All right. No, not even that much. 7.
Yeah. You've been held personed.
All right.
Oh no!
Damn, right
Actually,
after you got back from getting kidnapped, fucked up.
Actually, hold on a sec, cause hey, guess who also has counterspell?
Oh my god.
Oh shit! Counterspell versus counterspell.
Uh-huh.
Uno
Aurelia's
reverse
gonna
card.
cast counterspell. Yeah.
That was the wrong time to take a sip of tea.
Yeah, I think Aurelia just like holds a hand out and shouts "No!" And there's like a shattering noise, and the spell shatters and does not work.
Nice. All right. Well, in that case, I think that's everything she can do because she doesn't have a lot in the way of bonus actions.
Which would bring us back to the top with Leo again, I think.
Cool.
I didn't realize warlocks could get counterspell. They can.
Yeah, she
I didn't
does.
know.
Yeah.
Fucked up.
Unfortunately, that's both of her like spell slots, which means it's cantrip time, baby.
God, warlocks are so funny in that they get to cast a bunch of shit, but only the really powerful stuff only twice.
Yeah.
2 whole spell slots.
You got 2 of them, baby. You better use them smart. Cool. Now, we know the professor doesn't like guns, and Leo knows that the professor doesn't like guns. However,
this does
Leo
kind of feel like a
has one.
situation in which a gun is justifiable.
It feels like a justifiable gun time, and also Leo's a little too mad to care right now, especially since it only shoots playing cards. So he is actually gonna get within 30 feet of
Okay.
Crystal and the big ol' shit fuck. and he's gonna get his fun funky little card shooting gun. And because of his bard subclass, if he chooses to attack as his action, he gets 2 of them, baby.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Okay.
A homebrew, I believe.
It's what the fuck is it? It's some sort of college of dance. Yeah, college of dance.
Yes. Although that is it's worth noting, there is a with the 2024 update, there is a official College of Dance. This is not that.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Wait, for real?
For real.
Damn.
You should look it up. You might like it.
It's too bad that I already have plans to change Leo's subclass to something
Fair
else
enough.
entirely in the future. I can probably use that for someone else if I ever get hit with the make a new character energy, but okay, let's see. So he gets 2 Rudy Tooty McShooties.
Rudy Tooty point and shooty, let's go!
So here's one of them. Here's the other one.
Interesting. Ooh. Okay, so I have bad news.
Fuck!
Neither of those hit.
Damn. 2 playing cards just get scattered to the wind.
Yeah, you see, the first one just completely goes wide, but the other nearly hits, but sort of doinks off of this thing's mask.
Poor.
And I will give you a little piece of extra information for that, which is that this thing's mask boosts its AC crazy high.
Interesting.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
But yeah.
Is he going to say anything about it?
God, he's just a little Anky boy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that second one pings off the mask and he lets out another little growl. And all he says is, if you're gonna hit it, you better hit it good. And he's gonna give the professor a bardic inspiration.
Ooh, is that a D8?
It is, yes.
Excellent. All right. That's his turn now?
Yes.
Prof's turn?
Yes, it is Prof's turn.
Okay. He... He's got a few more casts of, this, and... Yeah. I think taking, a cue from, Aurelia, he's going to cast slow, and I can't remember if Crystal has her reaction yet back yet, but he's going to cast it anyway.
On both of them?
I will say
on both of them.
Okay. Because she can only... I think the ruling is she can only counterspell it if it's aimed at her.
Mm-mm.
No, I think counterspell can work regardless.
As long as you can see it, I think.
Yeah.
Ignore me then. I do not know how this works. This is not one of the spells that I know.
That's okay.
That you can see casting a spell. And yeah, it's a reaction, which she would have gotten back with her turn. So
Yeah, her turn passed, so yeah.
Yeah. She's counterspelling that again. Sorry, Professor.
Man.
I'm going to eat your counter spells like cereal.
Well, she won't be able to counterspell whatever Aurelia casts then. So
That is true, yeah.
he's okay with this. Annoyed, but okay. It wouldn't be possible for him to counterspell her counterspell, would it?
I can counterspell a counterspell, I'm pretty sure.
I would
Wait,
be
for
okay
real?
with that.
Because he has a reaction.
I don't.
Yeah, you can counterspell a counterspell, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Yeah,
But
Okay.
I'll leave that to Well too.
As the DM for this table, I will allow it.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
Ella.
This really has become the counterspell fight, hasn't it?
Yeah. All right. He's out of 3rd level spell slots, but he has cast slow.
Alright. That's a wisdom saving throw?
That is a wisdom saving throw. Yes.
All right.
I need it from both the construct and from Crystal.
The construct actually has decent wisdom, but let's see how this goes. 6 plus 3, that's a 9.
A 9 will not pass.
Yeah, Crystal's rolling garbage at the moment, so that's a 12.
Neither of those will pass. Okay, you both
Nice.
have a -2 to your AC. Crystal, and dexterity saving throws. And you cannot use reactions, period. On your turn, you can either use an action or a bonus action, not both. Regardless of the creature's abilities or magic items, it can't make more than 1 melee or ranged attack during its turn. If you attempt to cast a spell, there are some rules about that. You might fumble it. You're allowed to do wisdom saving throws at the end of each of your turns. And Crystal is half speed.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a reason why Crystal was counterspelling that.
Yeah, she's seen it in action.
All
All right. Professor's very pleased with himself. He is not going to let's see, I don't think he has a especially useful bonus action, do you? Actually, yeah. That should slow it down a bit, and he's going to give a bardic inspiration D10 to Leo.
All right.
And let's see, is he gonna move? Let's see, he's 40 feet away. He's going to move closer to 30 feet. So he's either at the same distance as Leo or closer to the construct than Leo. I'm not sure which.
Gonna move within 30 feet of the creature?
He's gonna move to exactly 30 feet of the creature.
Okay.
Same as Leo.
All right. Yeah, he and Leo are kind of standing next to each other at this point.
Cool.
Okay.
That is the professor's turn then.
All right. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah.
He's gonna be concentrating.
All right. What does slow do to attacks?
You can take an attack.
Okay. Yep. All right. It does not like that you have slowed it down. It's big mad about that. So Professor, it is going to raise the blade that it has in its hand, which looks like a scalpel but sized to cut giants.
You love to see it.
Professor suddenly realizing this thing can probably hit him at this range.
Professor, no!
Wait a second.
Oh god.
All right, 18 plus 10. 28. Does that hit?
100%.
All right.
Professor!
Oof.
So we're going to roll. Which one of these bitches is a D10? Are you a D10?
The one with 10 of them.
Yep, this is a D10. See, I have a D10 and a D100, and I can never tell the difference.
That's fair.
Okay, that is an R8. That didn't work. All right, Professor, you take.
The R has to be next to the
Professor, you take
What?
8 slashing damage, and 1 moment.
8 stabby.
4 cold damage.
Oh, okay.
And
That's not
Prof
that
has to make a con save, right?
Con save.
Because he's concentrating.
Oh, yes.
So that is against.
It
Remind
is-
me, does he have to beat a 10 or does he have to beat a 12?
It's 10 or half damage taken, whichever is higher, so 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your con? Yeah, no. A 6 will not beat a 10.
No!
Concentration is gone. He is an idiot.
Professor!
He did his best.
We love this man so much.
He's a little stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leah didn't give him Bardic on our previous turn, right?
Yeah,
No, he did, but he did. Professor can't. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Hang
I think you can add it to saves, right?
I can add it to saves. Yeah, let me. Oh, wait, but I already rolled. It's a little late for that.
I would allow it because it makes me sad that you would put in the effort of counterspelling a counterspell to get that spell off and then lose it before the end of the round. That just seems tragic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is. I love you so much because he rolled an 8 on the d8, so that is a total of definitely more than 10, 14.
All right,
Hooray!
he keeps his concentration. This thing is
Nice.
still slow motion. I think for a little bit of flavor,
Hooray.
it slashes, it hits you, and whatever effect is slowing it down sort of glitches for a moment, and it sort of, like, long enough for it to pull back its scalpel to try and make another attack, but then you regain your concentration and it gets slowed again. And so the blade is slowed easy enough for you to be able to dodge out of the way should you choose to.
Prof just hears, Professor, for the love of the score, stand further back!
All right, fine. It's not his turn. But next turn he's gonna move.
Jesus. I love this dumb old man.
He's doing his best.
He's doing his best, and he's best kind of stupid.
He's protective, and he's usually the tank. So he was like, no, I need to be in front, and then but he was casting a spell. So
Leo voice incorrect. I'm the party tank.
But that takes us to Aurelia.
All right, so I'm gonna have her move 30 feet forward because the spell she's gonna cast has a range of 60 feet. So she's gotta get a little closer, and she's going to cast Toll the Dead, and I need the construct to make a Wisdom save.
Okay. That is a nat 1.
Delicious.
Yeah, that
tasty.
fails.
You love to see
and
it.
because it has already taken damage, it will take, I believe, 2d12 necrotic damage. So let me roll that.
Okay. 1 plus
Nice.
3, 4.
Wow. That is 11 necrotic damage.
Incorrect, actually. That is 22 necrotic damage.
Oh.
What?
Holy cow.
Oh, you know what? I'm starting to
that is
make
very
sense.
good for me.
That makes a little sense.
It's a
Oh,
doctor.
that is very, very good.
he's a doctor.
It's a doctor. I'm scouring my spells now.
Yeah, you guys
All
see. You guys see Aurelia get off this Toll the Dead. And Kit, why don't you tell us how that looks?
Yes, I think for flavor, just to kind of fit in with their whole mirror theme, I think instead of a bell chime, it's like this really loud shattering sound, and there might even be like an image of like a crack, like in the sky or something, like glass shattering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
This is just flavor. It doesn't actually do anything mechanically, but big loud noise, Leo does cringe.
yeah.
Sorry, Leo. I mean, it is like a decent bit away from him, so it's not like right up next to him at least, but yeah, still very loud.
Yeah, I pat the top of my boy. Damn, this kid's a little fucked up.
To be fair, Crystal also flinches.
Yeah.
Nothing like being super sensitive to loud noises.
Well, it's not just that.
And breaking glass.
That too.
Yeah,
All
speaking
right.
of breaking glass, yeah, that sound, it doesn't just crack the sky. It puts a few cracks in the glass of the jar.
Oh. Dang. Alright, and then with her bonus action, she's gonna once again command Angelique to attack it. Now, here's my question. Could Angelique roll something to try and pry the mask off with her scythe?
Yes. That will be a strength check.
Alright, what do I roll? Okay.
Oh, but she's so ibby bibby.
She is. Let me check what her strength is. Oh god, that's a -2. I think I'm just gonna go for the attack. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk it.
All right. I will say, if you can come up with a reason for it, I would give you the strength check at advantage because, actually, in general, I would give you the strength check at an advantage because she's so close. But
ooh,
if she's using her weapon as a tool, that would help as well.
Exactly, because yeah, she's gonna like shove her scythe into like the little cracks that have been made between that and where the mask is, and attempt to like kind of wrench the bar of the scythe to kind of like pry it off.
All right, roll me strength.
Alrighty.
Come on, you ibby baby little guy.
Come on.
Come on, you silly ibby baby. Oh,
it's only a 10.
Unfortunately, that does not make it.
Damn.
Oof. Damn. Alright, well, that's all she can do.
And it will, like, basically how this works is you go and you try and stick your scythe into, yank on maybe one of the straps that holds it to the jar, and you get the blade in, but then the thing gives a big ol' shake of its stupid head, and you kind of get knocked it back a little bit. Not far enough to be mechanically relevant, but...
Yeah. Definitely doing some little somersaults in the air before she rights herself.
Yeah.
Yep, that's all my girls can do for this round.
That brings us to Crystal, I believe.
Yep, Crystal.
Yeah, so the slow spell was a really good idea because most of Crystal's spells are actions. In fact, the one thing she has as a bonus action is not very helpful here. So, I am going to cast one of the actions, but I've got to roll that d20 to see if it will actually work or not, and it won't cast this turn.
Roll that d20.
All right. Well, that passed. That's a 16.
All right.
Damn.
But it will not. It won't take effect until my next turn.
No.
Yeah.
On an 11 or higher, the spell doesn't take effect until the creature's next turn. Oh, you're right. You don't want a high number.
Yeah, you want a low number. Interesting.
I misread that. Okay.
Interesting. Actually, no. If you get a low number, then you can't cast it at all.
Yeah. If it's a low number, it's completely wasted, and if it is a high number, it will take effect, but it won't take effect until the next turn.
Oh, that's confusing. You'd think I would know this by now, having had the spell this long.
Yeah, really.
Damn, imagine reading spell.
But I do get to make a wisdom save now.
Yes.
Yep.
Yippee.
Actually, I think Did the creature do a
Did the
whiz
construct
save
make a
on
wisdom
its
save?
last turn?
No, it didn't. I will roll that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God, this thing is rolling garbage. That's the second nat 1.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Crystal didn't roll great either.
Yeah, that's not
an
gonna...
11.
Mm-mm. Not
Yeah.
gonna do it.
Tasty.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're both still slow.
Yeah. All right. So is that Crystal's full turn?
Yeah, that's Crystal's full turn. That's all she can do.
Top of the order again.
All right.
Whoop whoop. You will. Let's see. Because Leo's AC is pretty alright, but I don't know if he should risk getting closer and getting into melee range.
Smiles
Professor
at
will
you.
just say, "Careful, she cast something, but I don't know what yet."
Yeah, alright. He'll take 2 more point and shooties.
All right.
I don't know why I used the bot last time. My dice are right here next to me. Ah, Leo!
My buddy.
Well, there's one of them.
All right.
Ah.
Leo, please, Leo, please! Prize.
Okay, so wait, are these attack rolls?
Yes.
Okay. Right, cuz that's your gun. All right. So
Yes.
the first attack goes wide again.
Yeah.
But with the slow spell in effect, it tries to duck its head the way it's been doing to dodge attacks. But in doing so, puts itself directly in the line of fire for the next one because that meets it, beats it for its current AC. Roll your damage.
Hooray! he got 1 shooty.
1.
1. It's probably not gonna be a lot. Yeah.
Oof. That is a 1
Ooh.
on the dice. +4. That's a 5. That's still not bad.
Damage is damage.
Damage is damage.
We get to do the 1 twice now.
But is that your lad's turn?
I want to see if there's anything he can do that is more productive. Let's see. All his bonus action spells are healing spells.
None of us have been damaged yet.
Yeah.
Funny that.
Prof, you did take damage. Remember, you got slashed at.
Oh, duh!
Yeah.
Leo took psychic damage too.
Yeah.
You're right.
Ari's fine.
Only 13. He's still at pretty alright health, even with
Yeah.
his shitty con.
I will say, this thing has been attacking you.
No, you're right. My mind blanked.
That's you.
Sir, you got stabbed!
Yeah, he's
It's just
dumb
a flesh
like that.
wound.
What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with me being within 30 feet of it? What could possibly happen?
What could possibly go
I've had
wrong?
worse.
He has had worse and recently, too.
Yeah.
Don't worry, he will be backing up this turn.
Okay,
You can literally just at the professor make one of those meme like it's a hard knock life edits.
Oh god, I should do that with I feel like I should do that with footage from Classic Who because I'm serious, it happens so often. Like this isn't just oatmeal like putting my man like in situations. It's insane.
The character took control of your body.
He gets knocked out 3 times an episode. Anyway.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. And for a second, I thought I forgot about sneak attack, and then I remembered, no, he's not within 5 feet and no advantage, so he'll give the professor another bardic inspiration.
Yay. Don't forget, Aurelia and Leo each have 1, unless you've already used it.
I have not.
I still got mine.
Yeah. As a reminder, I stuck a D10 in the other corner of my tray.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, then it is the professor's turn, I presume?
Indeed.
Alright, he is gonna take his, let's see. If he's 30 feet from it now. He can still do this at range. He's gonna use his full 30 feet, to back up. But then he's going to use, his, the Ring of the Ram, or, in universe, the Ring of the Capricorn. I misspoke. It's not Aquarius, it's Capricorn. To blast another, yay! Spectral Ram's Head at it. Okay. Let's see if this manages. This is a 22.
That makes it.
Woohoo! All right. It's only 1 charge, so it can only do so much damage. But if I open it, let's see. That's the last one he can do. It's gonna do damage. 2d10 force damage. It says and is pushed 5 feet away from you, but if this thing can't move, then it can't move.
Yeah, no, that's a fun little fact about the block constructs. They are literally so goopy that they stick to the ground.
Lamau.
Fair.
Even though this thing has wings and visible legs, she's stuck. She can't move. No movement privileges.
That's gonna be...
No moving is too goopy.
12 force damage to the face.
12 force damage right in the face. Alright. Let me check the vulnerabilities again. We're not resistant to that, and we're not vulnerable to that either. Alright.
Yeah, I hope not. Very few things are resistant to force damage.
Yeah, it's kind of the generic damage flavor damage.
Yeah. Bonus action. Are you gonna I think, just to be safe, having done this, he's going to use he's going to use a Misty Step to bounce back another 30 feet to maybe be out of range of whatever. Like he knows that Crystal cast something. He's 60 feet out. He's hoping that this maybe helps him not get hit.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Misty Step, casting it once. He is 30 feet back with a total of 90.
Nice.
Okay. Interesting.
And that's his turn, yep.
All right. I am just checking some things, some stuff and some things. It is my turn. Right. Okay. So who's within 50 feet right now? Just Leo?
Dabs.
Yep. Already 60 feet away. Well, technically, Angelique is right up in this thing's face, if that changes anything.
All right. So, Leo and Angelique, make me a con save.
Alrighty.
Uh-oh. Although, Leo, you have that item?
Yeah, Leo and Camille go splitsies on an anchor charm. So whoever has it has advantage on a con save once a day.
Interesting.
It's a gift from
That's an 18 from Angelique.
All right.
Honestly, not a bad thing for Leo to have today.
Or eel.
Woo!
That also makes it.
19. Yay!
All right, you both make it. Let me... Yeah, I don't have to roll damage because this one doesn't have a half damage effect.
Ooh, save or suck.
Yeah, so this one actually is... This makes sense. Because... Angelique, you're up next to this thing's face. So... When it spreads its big, icy, feathery wings open wide and then brings them down to send out just a gust of freezing cold wind, you're up near its head. You aren't in the line of fire. And Leo, you're a dexterous little bastard. You're a funny little flip boy, so you can probably just jump out of the way when you see, you know, the cartoonish wind designs that come flying at you. With,
The only
you know,
thing it does is make him angrier.
with, you know, a flurry of snowflakes.
It literally, because he got a 19, all it does is make him angrier because he'll never gets one of his traumas.
Oh yeah, cold.
It's the cold.
This is why I said that's a good thing that Leo had that.
Well, it's only once a day, so that was his only one.
The cold does in fact bother him anyway.
It does, but not this time.
Mm-hmm.
You can do a wisdom save now, Whirl.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. That is an 8 plus 3, 8, 9, 10, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 11.
I will not pass.
All right.
Nice.
This thing is still slow.
Alrighty.
Ori, you're up.
I believe it's my turn. Yep. Alright, second verse, same as the first. She's going for another Toll the Dead, so please make a wisdom save, construct.
Alrighty. You're kidding me.
Is it that one?
I
Not on
switched.
that one.
I switched to another dice, and it's still a nat 1.
Lamau!
Cataract. And for flavor, this time she has the sense to shout, cover your ears, before she sends this one out. Leo and Prof will know to cover their ears if they need to. Alright, 7, and I believe that is a 14 damage, right?
Yes, that is.
Alright.
Yeah.
And then, again, bonus action, command Angelique to attack. This time she is going to go for the attack, just because, like, she can also do necrotic damage with her attack, so I'd rather damage the thing more. So, it's going to be a melee attack. Question, does being right up in this thing's face, like, change, like, the AC? Because, like, theoretically she could, like, hit behind the mask or something, but I'll leave that up to you.
That is fair. You know what? I will use the other AC for this one, so... let me just do a little bit of math. Okay.
Math.
Make your attack.
Alright.
That's
that's
not
an
gonna
8.
hit. I will remind you, I
And,
think you do have Bardic Inspiration.
Yes. Can I use it on a familiar?
I'll allow it.
Oh.
Okay.
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 Listen,
so that's a D10.
I am very down to allow pretty much anything. Because I like when you guys get to have fun and do cool shit.
Hey, thank
It's
you.
always fun when players
Alright.
get creative too.
Aw,
That's
man.
a 1. Yeah, that's
That's a
still
1,
not
so that's
gonna
only
make
9.
it. That's still not gonna
Oh.
make it.
What?
She tried. And
She tries.
she swings and it probably like ducks its head out of the way or something.
No, it makes a little teeny tiny scratch on the glass, and the thing shakes its head
Aw.
again. She's basically just annoying this thing.
Don't be mean to her, she's
like
Ibby
keeping
Bibby.
attention. Yeah.
She can't help
She's
that
a
she's
little
Ibby
creature.
Bibby.
She's just tiny. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
This
she's
thing
just
is
smacking over like, break! Come on, break already!
this thing's head is like twice as tall as she is.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
All right, and that's my turn then.
Yep.
At least I already managed to get a hit on it, so.
Crystal, that's you.
Yep. And that means that her spell is going to go off, and Professor, I need you to make me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, cool.
Oh
I'd
boy.
love to see it.
Is
Yeah,
there a
'cause
range
he,
on the spell you're working with?
90 feet.
God damn it.
Oh man.
I'm
Not
sorry.
far enough. He had
Not
the
quite.
right idea. He had the right
He
idea.
did. Problem is that Crystal knows the professor as well.
Yeah. Yeah, she does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she knows that he, for all of his smarts, isn't all that smart. So he got a 14.
Yeah, that's not gonna do it.
Oh boy.
She cast Tasha's Mind Whip, so
Ooh.
Ouch.
I'm gonna roll damage, and moreover, you can't take a reaction until the end of your next turn, and must choose whether to get a move, an action, or a bonus action as well next turn.
Move, action, or bonus action.
Yep.
Okay.
You can only do one whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious damage output. Okay.
Is that psychic damage?
That's psychic damage, yes.
He takes half because he's resistant. So he's gonna take 3 points of psychic damage. But he has you have definitely thrown him off.
His groove.
Yeah. I guess I'll roll my concentration because he did take damage, but
I think it's like still 10 minimum, right? Oh no! Wait, he has didn't Leo give him Bardic?
Yeah.
He got a nat 1 though.
Oh.
Well, if he gets a 10, like, or no, it's a D8. Darn.
I can add the D8. Yeah, because I guess this wasn't an attack roll. Save it.
Save the D8.
Yeah, that'll still be under 10.
Yeah.
The minimum is the minimum to beat is a 10. So.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. What is my? Was I rolling concentration? Well, it would be a 4. It would be a 4 with my modifier.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah,
so
that could work.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try. It's a 9. It's not quite enough.
Ooh. So close.
Yeah.
Well, you managed to keep it up for a few turns, so that was pretty good, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys are no longer slowed. And the professor is a little he's got a headache.
He's feeling a little fucky wucky.
Yeah.
Might not have been much, but it was enough to disrupt.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, and that brings us.
Be careful. They are they can move faster now.
That brings us to the top of the order. Yes.
Yep.
I point at Leo. Pop off.
Yeah. I don't know if you want him to pop off. At the very least, he's not giving me. I'm gonna punch this thing out.
Punch it with his bare hands. That's probably a good idea.
It's the best idea he has every time.
Now glass.
He doesn't have the gloves from Azumi yet. It's fine.
No, he doesn't.
One day he'll get those gloves. One
day he'll get the gloves and he'll punch without a care. No, he's just handing me getting real up close and fucking attack her.
Go ahead.
He still has his rapier.
Mm-hmm.
So he can still, like, get up in melee and,
take a fucking swing at this thing.
Yeah, and since he'll be within 5 feet, I believe he'll get sneak attack.
I would allow that, yeah. This thing isn't very good at looking at its feet.
Yeah, because he's a swashbuckler, so, if he's within 5 feet... Right? That's how swashbucklers
Yeah, that's how it works.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you had to be within 5 of a ally?
Let me, because,
No, that's normal
for
rogues.
swashbucklers.
Yeah, swashbucklers are built around being able to, like, get up close and not have to have an ally nearby.
Okay.
E.
The one exception to that rogue, yeah.
Yeah, Leo has the movement to get up close and personal and do a couple stabbies. And I believe he only gets sneak attack once per turn, so only one of them will have a sneak attack. Let's do a fucking stab. Come on, please, Leo. Please hit. I don't know if that hits. Does it hit? No, because it's not slowed anymore.
Nope. Yeah. That doesn't hit.
Not quite.
And
Right,
I can give a bit of flavor for that, which is, you're trying to attack this thing's head from down next to its feet.
He's not trying to attack its head, he just wants to stick it in the foot.
In that case... Oh! In that case, that actually does make it.
Hello?
Oh.
Why does this thing have different ACs for his body?
Because...
That's fair. You know what?
I mean,
You're
if we're
right.
allowed to target different parts of the body, it makes sense.
You're right.
Some bosses be like that.
It's got a funny little mask on its funny little face.
Okay, so that'll be... should I roll damage and then roll the next attack?
Yes.
Okay, so this is his Rose Thorn Needle. So that's a 1d8 plus 4 plus his sneak attack. Is that... R... Nope, exclamation point R. 3...
Actually, I have an idea, so just roll the damage for this first one. Alright, that's 15. I would say that would be enough to trigger this. This is not something I have mechanical, but it makes sense in my brain, so we're gonna do it. We're rolling this thing a dex save. That's a nat fucking 1. I swear to God, these dice are weighted.
Oh my god, that's the third one!
Is it third or fourth?
I don't know anymore, but that's really funny.
This thing is so bad at its job! Yeah, that's 4. So, you said Leo was aiming for this thing's foot, right?
Yes.
With how well he rolls and how much damage he did, he manages to stab it in its weird fucking bird ankle, and it stumbles, and its head is now lower, within range where he could either, if he wanted to, try to take the mask off, or make an attack at its head.
Ooh. What's Leo's strength? His strength isn't great. Oh, but he does have the Bardic. Ooh.
It can't be worse than Angelique's unless it's also a minus.
No, it's a +1.
Still better.
Yeah, alright. Is that just a straight up strength check, Whirl?
Yep, strength check. If you want to try and take the mask off this thing.
I don't know if that's enough, but I have the Bardic in case it's not.
That meets it.
Let's fucking go!
Leo, you stab this thing in the ankle. Make it fucking stumble and duck. And then go for another stab. You get your blade into this thing's face with a sound like crunching glass, and some of the ink kind of spurts out and gets on your hands. It's really gross. But
that makes what he gave me even worse.
But when you go to pull the blade out, it cuts through the straps on the side of this thing's mask, and it falls and hits the ground. With a loud clank.
I'm glad the goo can't actually do anything to Leo unless it gets, within him.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that
both the girls are cheering wildly for this.
The fact that it's like spurted on his hands and it's probably like kind of drippy doesn't help the fact that what he gave me was looking down at it and just, I am going to enjoy watching you die.
Oh shit.
Ice cold. We love that.
Damn. I think Angelique would have been close enough to hear that, wouldn't she? Smiles.
Angelique is just perched on this thing's stupid hat lid.
Angelique just surprised Pikachu. Because Leo is so mild-mannered otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness. Oh, but is that Leo's turn?
That was his 2 attacks. He... Prof's too far away, I believe, for another Bardic.
Yeah, Prof's pretty far away now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 90.
I think Ori might be close enough. She's 60 feet away, so...
Oh, yeah, if within 60. Yeah, she can have a D8.
Woohoo!
Hooray!
Seeing Leo kick this thing's ass has inspired her, fittingly enough.
Seeing the boy you have a crush on kick a thing's ass has filled you with determination.
Yeah.
And that's his turn.
Amazing. We love to see
Needle
it.
has once...
Ooh.
Boy, am I glad none of Leo's brothers are here.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a real bad thing for them to witness.
I need to figure out what I'm gonna use. What do you have, Professor?
What's your play, old man?
Let's see. Don't know yet.
Tell us your secrets, old man.
What kind of stuff? I keep forgetting you have all of this dumb stuff. Huh. Oh, where is the... No, not that. Let's see. How long does this last? Okay. Huh. Huh. Okay. Yeah, he'll use this. He takes a strange looking kind of circles within circles looking flower out of his pocket, and let's see, circular flower with red, orange, and yellow petals and a white center. The black seeds seem to give impression of eyes. I will put the description in the roll zone of this item. As he activates it, it disappears, and his color scheme already has a lot of white, but gains a lot more red, and some of the other primary colors of his outfit take a back seat. So he's got this red and white outfit. He has vulnerability to cold damage, yes, but he has resistance to fire, and he can use the cantrip Firebolt as a bonus action.
Okay.
Delicious.
So I believe using this is probably an action. It doesn't say specifically, but I'm gonna assume so.
Mm-hmm.
And it says I can use the bonus action Firebolt, so I'm going to pull up the spell for that. I'm going to use Charisma for it because, of course. Okay, ranged spell attack. Let's see then. Okay, my to hit is. Yup. No, that's the wrong. And, does a 23 hit?
Yes. Handily.
Okay. All right. Very good. He fires a bolt of fire from his hand at the head, and it takes 1d10 fire damage. A flammable object hit by this. Okay, no, that's not a person. A flammable object if it isn't being worn or carried. So I don't think it lights it on fire. That would take a different spell. But 1d10, d10 is right here. It takes 10 points fire damage.
Incorrect. It takes 20 points of fire damage.
Oh, wait, I get to add my modifier to attacks, right?
Yes.
My spell modifier? Okay, then that should be a 14, which should be then 28?
Yes. So,
okay.
Minus 28 then?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't like that. So what happens, how this has gone so far, is Leo ran up, stabs this thing in the ankle, it stumbles, ducks its head, he gets the mask off. Professor, you see that opening, you pop the fire flower thingy, and, well, ready, aim, fire. And fun fact about a construct that is primarily made out of ice.
Mm-hmm.
This bitch don't like fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So you splash this fire against this thing's face, which no longer has its fancy little armor thing, and therefore has a much, much lower AC. And Leo, you're up close enough that you see that it starts to melt the glass.
Ooh.
Leo watches, uncaring. Leo voice, good, die.
Damn.
Leo voice, then perish.
He's really mad. He's really angry today.
Really, I hadn't noticed.
Oh boy, but I think that takes it to my turn?
Yep.
Can I very quickly request like a small 5-minute break? Because it's getting hot enough that I've gotten really dizzy.
We can absolutely take a 5-minute break.
And I need to sit downstairs where it's cooler for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Fair and valid.
Yeah, I should probably sit in front of like one of my fans for a bit. A little cooler.
Fair and valid, 5-minute break. We will reconvene in 5 minutes.
Yep.
Excellent. If you're still here, Whirl, I do have a correction. As Fletch pointed out, I don't add the modifier, so you can give it back 8 points if you want.
Alright, that takes it up to, that takes it up to 49.
Cool.
Alright, we will be back soon.
I was wondering... Okay.
Oh, you were wondering something?
I was wondering about the numbers of? I'm reading. Fletch is giving us more details about what level. Yeah, I wasn't sure because it's an item. Like, yeah, how about we just leave it the way it is right now, and then on if he's able to use it again next turn, I'll roll it with the proper amount. Does that sound good?
Okay, I can add back that 8.
Cool.
All right. All right, but now I will be right back because I need to go use the restroom.
Good. Yep, me too.
Cat, how we doing? My little fan isn't making too much noise. I haven't been sitting in front of it because I'm worried that the wind blowing past will like in my microphone. Warm over here. I've got like my ceiling fan going, and I've got like a little like mini fan like on the table to like cool better. A little summer weather. You're so valid, Fletch.
Is my door closed? Okay. Scooch. Scooch. And we are back. Well, not all of us. I'm back. Kit may also be back. Hi, Kit.
The whole time.
Kit has been here the whole time. Eh. I really need to get a less creaky chair because it always shows up on the recording.
I am a fool in several ways, which I will correct 2 minor details that I said. The flower does not disappear. Professor remains holding it. The fire goes from the flower. And additionally, it doesn't say it takes an action to use, which is good because due to Crystal's mind whip, which she cast on him, he on this turn should only be able to do a movement, action, or bonus action. So this is just going to be just a bonus action.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So it does work out, but there's a lot of things to keep straight in your head when you're doing these things.
Pat's you.
This is going really well. This is really fun.
We're having a good time. Everything's going great.
Our character's not so much, but we're having a great time.
Everything's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. It's cool. It's chill.
Oh, boy. We're making good time though, so I am pleased with this so far.
Yay.
Yeah, we're like
It's
what
always
is it,
good.
an hour in?
2 hours.
Oh yeah.
2.5, yeah.
Sorry, we started
Although we
an hour,
did
so.
start, we did start a
We
little
started
late.
like 25 past, yeah.
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 The official time on the record is 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Beep boop. Beedly boop. But how are we doing so far? How you guys liking it so far?
I'm having a great time.
I'm enjoying myself so much. My one problem with games is that, like, especially like heavy games, is that my words just leave my brain. But on the flip side of that, it works well because that is also true for Crystal.
Amazing. I can't see the gallery because I have a rule about not looking at the gallery until the end of the game. But how...
That's fair.
Anyone who can look in the gallery, how are folks doing in there?
Enjoying it. There are no complaints, just the occasional comment on like hey oatmeal, you did the thing wrong.
Thank you
Doodle
to our
says
handy...
to tell
I'm
World
joking.
we love him. Yeah.
Aw, thank
We're
you.
having a good time and we love you all is one comment. That's from Blaze. Yeah, Doodle says this is fun. I'm totally joking about the spell comments, by the way.
Thank you to our handy dandy stat cat checkers. Also, hi Marzi, welcome back.
I have to close my door when I record, and my room is unfortunately the hottest in the house.
Oh, boo. Yikes.
Yeah, so I left my door open and my window wider for a bit so that all the AC out there can get into my room a little.
That's
That's definitely a little bit better.
Alright, just let us know if you need to take a break again, okay? Heat stroke is no joke.
Yes.
Yeah, you got water with you?
I have tea.
Alright, well, it's still something to drink, so.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard dealing with the summer when your comfortable highest temperature is like 65 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oof. Yeah.
I'm preaching to the choir, dude. I'm over down here in SoCal, and it's like at least like it's getting close to the 90s some days. So actually, yeah, it looks like it's 91 currently where I am. So
yeah,
disgusting.
You and I, Marzi, sit on opposite ends of like comfortable weather temperatures.
This is something that Fletcher and I have talked about in the hypothetical that we live together. Because he wouldn't set the house lower than 70, and I can't have it higher than 65. Well, because it's like Fletcher lives in Georgia, so like he's used to it.
Right.
makes sense.
But I'm a little cold boy in Washington. That's the one thing we can never agree on during our hypotheticals. What if we lived together?
Marcy, I hold
Howdy.
you. My most comfortable temperature is 75.
What the fuck is wrong with me?
My god.
I say this with all the love in my heart. What the fuck?
Damn.
I live in the tropics. Actually, I don't quite
Okay,
live
that's
in the
fair.
tropics, but I live close.
Okay,
Close
okay.
enough.
But in the interest of, you know, continuing before we get overheated again, we good to keep going.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Bye,
put
chat.
ice in my tea this time.
Very good.
Ice.
I think we're on the
tea.
construct's turn, right?
Yes, it is my turn.
Yeah.
My turn to do some funny fucked up stuff because I am no longer slowed.
Mm-hmm.
Hit me, bitch.
Yeah.
Try and hit me. Fucking try.
Do I want to have
Bring it on.
I think I'm gonna have this bitch stab. I think it wants to stab you. And it can stab you 3 times.
It can fucking try.
Because you
It
are
can fucking try.
in range.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's check
3
this.
times.
Okay, that's not gonna hit. R4 plus 10. That's a 14. I don't think that'll hit.
Mm-mm.
And yes, it has a variant on multi-attack for this stat block, which is that it can attack 3 times in a turn.
And it really is a good thing we had it slowed for so long.
Yes, very much so. That's a fucking nat 1. I swear.
Ah.
I think we're up to 5 now.
That's really funny.
Come on, roll something decent.
Or don't, you know.
Watch is-
I
Watch
swear
is
to
gonna roll for you
God!
now. God, what did it roll?
It did not roll another one. It did not.
You're not going to believe me if I tell you.
World, no!
God.
Oh my
I feel
god.
like you should get a reroll on that one, because this is like the 6th one.
No, I think this is great. This makes my brain so happy. I usually roll decent in these games. Also, don't worry, Candle, we did account for that.
Did you?
Yeah, we accounted for it on the break.
Cool.
Bam.
Alright, cool. I wasn't there for that.
Yeah. So that is another nat 1.
He's just dancing out of
Another-
this thing's like way.
That's another tally on the board there, my friends.
6 nat 1s.
Yeah, it grabs its funny little scalpel thing and tries to stab at you, and it goes like 3 times at once. Stab, 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 and you just it hits every spot except your body.
Leo is cool as a cucumber, baby.
Oh my goodness.
I know it's not that kind of tune, but just those images of like the Looney Tunes where it's like stab, 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 and they like sort of like twist their body in weird ways out of the way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not far off from what Leo could do, only the gallery is right in that when he dodges, it's him dancing. And if anyone here has played Rhythm Thief, which I doubt unless you're Fletcher, there is a specific mini game. I say mini game, one of the level rhythm games near the end of the game, where you are dodging like crystal projectiles that someone is shooting at you from like a 1,000-year-old mech, and he's just dancing. It's like that scene from Chicken Little when like the fish is dancing during dodgeball.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
I love that.
Does Professor need to make a save for Mind Wit? Or does it just stop?
It
It's just
stops
my
at the
turn,
end of
isn't
your
it?
next turn.
Yeah.
Okay, then it stopped his last turn. Good.
Hooray!
But yeah, that is the construct's turn. It tries to do a big stabby. It fails. It fails miserably. Two nat
Leo
ones.
said no, fuck you.
2 nat ones in
It's really funny.
a row.
Mm-hmm.
I swear these dice are just very poorly loaded.
Yeah.
But that would bring it to Aurelia's turn.
Indeed, and she's once again gonna go for a Toll the Dead.
Kill.
Alright, so wisdom save, please.
Alright, let's see if we can make it 3 for 3.
Let's go.
Alright,
That's a 5.
come on.
Yeah.
That fails. Alright, 2d12s.
You said wisdom, right? Yeah, so that's an 8.
A wisdom. Yeah.
5 plus
Alright.
3, that's 8.
Prof
And
seeing
once again,
that...
she will... Yeah. Once again, she
seeing
will
that...
shout to cover your ears. For Leo's sake. Alright, 22 damage.
Alright, this thing looks bad.
Ooh. I wonder if I'm lucky, maybe Angelique can get the kill. We'll see. Alright, so yeah, bonus action to command Angelique to attack. Angelique is going to smack with her scythe.
Go ahead, roll it.
Alright. Ooh,
That'll
19 on the
hit.
die. That is a 24.
That will
Alright,
definitely hit.
Alright, and this thing needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy, what is this thing's con? Semi-decent.
Yeah.
Let's see if the dice are kind.
Alright. Fingers crossed.
That is a... Oh god, hang on, let me re-roll that. It landed so weird. That is a 5 on the dice.
That's
Ooh.
a no.
Alright, what's it with the mod? DC's 11, so what's the total?
That's 24. Or, no, that's an 8.
I was gonna say 24, really. Nope, that fails, so it is gonna take the full necrotic damage along with her slashing damage. So, here's the slashing.
5.
And necrotic. 6. There is necrotic, which would be 24, I believe.
Jesus. Yeah, okay. So, here's what happens.
Was that enough?
Here's what happens.
Oh boy.
You get off this last Toll the Dead. Bing bong bell goes the fuck off. This thing, the jar that makes up its head, fucking rattles. And then Angelique comes in with the scythe, sinks it in. The scythe itself doesn't do much, but she manages to get the blade into one of the cracks and sets off that necrotic damage.
Yep. One of the only good things she ever inherited from her shitheel devil of a father.
This thing had 19 health left.
Yo!
Delicious.
My ibby bibby little angel, get the killing blow.
Yeah, you sink the blade in, you set off that necrotic damage, and it vibrates, and then basically the jar fucking pops. It shatters immediately. Like, have you ever seen what it looks like when someone sets off a Prince Rupert's drop?
Oh, yeah.
I have not. I don't think I've heard of a Prince Rupert's drop. What is that?
It is a special thing that you can do with glass making, where if you drop molten glass into water in a certain way, you create a piece of glass that has a head that's damn near indestructible, but a very fragile tail, and if you snap the tail, the entire thing shatters.
I've
Oh,
seen
that's
that.
so
I didn't
cool
know
to
that's what it
watch.
was called.
That's awesome.
I think I found a GIF. There it is. There's a GIF in commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool!
World's deadliest glitter.
And it sets off. It does that. It bursts and gushes ink everywhere. And it the last sound you hear before everything goes dark is oh, we lost someone. Who did we lose? Did we lose any of our players?
I don't think
Marty
so.
here.
No, wait.
We lost Kit.
Where's
Uh-oh.
Kit? Yeah.
Kit,
there we are.
are you alive?
Sorry, I hit the cancel button. Like, I was trying to switch tabs and I hit
Oops.
the button.
Whoops.
There we
that
go.
guy is...
We've got you back. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the last sound you all hear before the world goes dark is this panicked wail of frustration and distress and confusion and despair. And then everything goes black. And for one of you, for Leo, you blink. And you are in a very familiar place. You are standing atop a very familiar black glass-like surface.
Should I send me boy?
Send you boy.
I send me boy!
Here comes the boy!
Yeah, he doesn't look the same as the last time he did this song and dance, so I got to redraw it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to notice, but Fletcher and I did agree that the twins get freckles in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
So he does have freckles.
Aww.
Amazing.
Cute.
Love that.
Absolutely adorable. But for the other two of you, who do we start with? We'll go with the professor first because you're top of the list. Professor, you are underwater, or at the very least, you can feel a heavy, weighty, cold liquid pressing down around you. And as far as you can tell, you are not moving within this. You are not floating up. You are not being pulled down yet either. But you are underwater, and it is cold, and you do not know which way is up. What do you do?
He knew to expect to be underwater or under something, under a lake of ink, of stuff. But he is thinking so much, kind of like, okay, we need to get to the thing, and like kind of excited, and because like, oh, this is like what you described. He can't help it, the curiosity, and he opens his eyes and looks around and probably can't see very well.
It is pitch dark down here, so unless you have something that would let you see in pitch dark, people in the past have tried things like detect magic and whatnot, but I will let you decide whether you want to do something like that.
Yeah, light takes a verbal component, so he can't cast that. He does have his true sight, but I don't think that, like, within 5 feet, but I don't think that is gonna give him anything besides, like, a vibe. That's, up to you. It sees through magic illusions, but,
If you want to set it off, I do have something to tell you with that, actually.
Okay, in that case, I will roll for it. Goddamn. Okay, it's not working right now.
Yeah, no, it's just...
I rolled a 9, I have to beat a 10.
It's just dark. It is very dark, and it is very cold. And if you have your eyes open and you're looking around, you do see something interesting. There is a silver shackle around one of your wrists with a chain leading further down into the darkness.
Okay. He's stupid, so he's going to grab the chain
Professor!
and pull himself along it.
Professor!
Professor,
I'm going to kill this old man with my bare hands.
You feel something stop you. You feel a hand on your shoulder.
Thank God.
Specifically, actually, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and then you feel somebody, like, grab the collar of your coat and start trying to pull you.
He just sort of makes, like, a, like, an annoyed sound, and then, like, follows the pulling.
I'm gonna shake this man by the collar. I hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy.
He makes the sad kicked puppy noise. He gets pulled to the surface, and because he is paying attention to the chain on his wrist, he sees the moment when it breaks. And that is the moment when he feels something above him sort of wiggle or shift or melt or something. And then he's being pushed up onto a surface that feels like smooth glass. And there's some funny shit going on. Number one, his outfit's kind of weird. Number two, hey, Leo's already here. Leo also looks kind of weird.
Oh yeah, definitely. His outfit, he was already not wearing his coat. I didn't mention that, but now he's grayscale plus orange. See, this is not Scopo, so it's fine. And by God, there is a lot of ink spatter on the hems of the jacket and the slacks and the boots that he's wearing. Still has the scarf, but outfit's slightly different. He's got a sort of a well, kind of a classic professorial look, semi-casual with a turtleneck and a blazer, and some kind of loose slacks, and some nice kind of semi-high boots. But he also has a chain around. He also has a let's see, like a key ring hanging from one of his belt loops, and he has a funny shaped object, metal object on a silver chain around his neck, hanging down, and in the center of it is a keyhole. He also seems to be wearing several watches on each arm. He just wipes his face in his mouth and looks around.
You can spot a Leo.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also spot, let me scroll back up real fast to find the fucking
Leo, while you're looking, Prof is looks around and sees Leo just in time to see him take a big breath, reel back an arm, and punch the ground as hard as he can.
Don't do that.
It makes a loud ringing noise like he just struck glass.
You're lucky that's durable.
Professor, this is sort of the area you see around you. It is very dark, very difficult to see, but it's like the edges of this place are highlighted with some sourceless, pale bluish purple light. And everything here seems to be made out of this same thick, inky stuff that, where it has edges, takes on like a glass-like quality, but otherwise flows and drips like a liquid.
Mm-hmm. He's fascinated.
Even the stairs and corridors of this place seem to flow downwards, a bit like rivers rather than any man-made construct.
Mm-hmm. You don't seem too surprised to be here.
No, this is what happened when it happened to Min and Quinn, so...
Ah.
No, I'm really angry right now, and I don't want to take that out on you and Ari.
Alright, then just calm down. Take some centering breaths, alright?
Leo kind of stares at the professor at that for a second, before looking back down at the ground and slowly reeling back his other arm.
He's gonna grab him and just hold him by the shoulders and get, right in his face and just be like, deep breath. In and out.
Let me punch my problems away, Professor!
No.
While they're having that moment, Aurelia, similar situation. You are suddenly surrounded by a very cold, what feels like a liquid. And it is very, very dark, and you don't have any ability to get air. How you doing, honey?
So, funny story. Something similar has actually happened to her before, specifically when she was still stuck in the demiplane that the Prince of Gorge created for her.
Mm-hmm.
There's this one scene in the game where, like, I can't remember how exactly it happens, but she, like, basically, like, I think she falls unconscious and then she's, like, in this, like, dark ocean, basically. And she hears in her head the last words that her mother ever told her, which are, keep your memories close to your heart. So there's a good chance those words might be ringing through her head as she opens her eyes and tries to get, like, figure out her surroundings and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think I need to roll a wisdom save for this because, unfortunately, she has a very strong fear of the dark, so...
Oh my god, Ari, Handshake, Leo getting fucked up by this ink pit when during their very first time in there. Leo got fucked up because it was cold.
Well, good news, it's Halloween, so she's not having a panic attack. She's probably still scared, but at least she's, full on panicking, so...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's down here alone. Does she look around?
Definitely.
Okay. So she looks around, spots two things. One, similar to the professor, there is a silver shackle on her wrist with a chain leading further down into the dark, that seems to sort of faintly glow against the darkness around this place. But here's something interesting. On her other wrist, there is a lantern that is giving off a golden light.
Oh. Interesting. And, quick question. Does she see Angelique anywhere?
No.
Oh. She's gonna try and, sort of call out to her in her head because, what I decided for, like, when Angelique gets dismissed because she functions as a familiar is that she basically kind of goes into Ari's, like, kind of inner world, inner mind. So she's gonna try and, like, mentally call out.
There's no response, and it is at this time that you feel something moving near you. And then there is a hand on your arm.
Whoop.
Despite the light from your lantern,
She tries to look up. Oh, yeah.
Despite the light from your lantern, it's a little too dark to see, but there's the hint of what might be a face.
That's not terrifying at all.
And a movement that kind of looks like a gesture to go up, and it will try to grab her by the arm and pull her up.
Alright, I think she's gonna follow it, because, I mean, she's still worried about, like, where the hell Angelique is, but, she can't really do much if she drowns, so...
And she is, again, similarly to the professor, hauled towards the surface. There's a weird rippling effect kind of just above her head. She looks down, sees the silver shackle on her wrist snap open and fall away. Or not even really fall away, but the chain gets yanked deeper down into the water and disappears.
Ooh.
Uh,
Dang.
and then she is up above on the surface on this glass floor. And she is not alone because someone else climbs up with her.
To find the professor holding a squirming Leo.
Someone else climbs up with her, climbs up next to her.
Oh, hello.
A short, slim, toon-kind boy in a dark green maid's uniform, carrying an amber-colored lantern. Very similar to the one that she has.
Interesting. And would that be a good time to show the audience what Ori looks like currently?
Yes, please do.
All right. And a shout out to Marzi for drawing this lovely, lovely piece of art. Let's see. Also shout out to Whirl for designing the initial dress. Whirl did a sketch for it, and Marzi made the full piece. So yeah, so
Applause for
Aurelia,
Marzi.
she is...
Yeah.
Dabs.
Yeah. So she is wearing a very long, flowing sort of gown. It's the outer sort of layer is white and has like poofy sleeves, and then the sort of under layer is very like kind of sort of a pinkish red, very similar to the color of her eyes. And on her head is a golden circlet with kind of like sort of a curly kind of design and a little red gem in the middle. And her hair, which usually she has up in braids, is now kind of down and it's like long and flowing. And she has like a one piece of her hair that's like sort of tied back and like sort of drapes down. Again, very princessy looking sort of hairstyle. And she probably has the keyring somewhere, like if she has her bag with her, or like with her stuff. Or and at the center of her dress, she has a little emblem of a keyhole on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think there's probably like a moment or two where like she's kind of looking around in confusion, sees Professor, and she's just gonna run to him and like, you know, basically just hug him because I mean she didn't do too badly on that wisdom save, but she's still pretty scared and confused right now.
Sorry, dear, I didn't get a chance to warn you about this part.
Where are we, Professor?
It's okay. We're in,
The ink
well,
space.
yes. It's a bit like a demiplane of sorts.
Not quite.
I see. For a moment there, I was worried I was back in the demiplane, you know, but...
No.
Oh, wait a minute, have either of you seen, Angelique? I didn't see her, when I was underwater, or whatever that place was.
This individual who pulled you out of the water kind of walks up next to you and kind of waves to get your attention and then taps his finger against the lantern that you have on your wrist.
She kind of like gives him a confused look for a moment and then looks at the lantern.
There is... So, looking at the lantern, looking through the glass, there is a silhouette of a little angel inside. And there is a little latch that would allow this lantern to be opened.
Is the angel conscious, or is she unconscious?
Unclear. It's just sort of a general silhouette in the shape of an angel.
Alright, she's going to, Aurelia's going to immediately open the latch.
And, Angelique is let out of the box. Remind me, if you will, the original version of Angelique, was she always tiny?
No, the original Angelique, she was, basically identical to Aurelia, because, the whole thing was that, you know, she was, made to look like her to dupe her into thinking that she was part of her system.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then once they made the pact, she basically became, like, both patron and familiar, and, she got a body with which she could get out of the demiplane, but it was, only 1 foot tall.
Mm-hmm. Well, she has been, she is let out of the lantern, and she is at her full size.
Oh, dang! Wow.
Oh, fucked up. God damn it, I drew this with the thought of
Holy
she'd only
cow.
be a foot tall.
I mean, you have it on the separate, like, layer, so honestly it still works. Or separate
That's
canvas.
true.
Speaking of which, this is what she looks like currently.
Mm-hmm.
So rather than her usual dress, she has kind of like a grayscale, sort of kind of angelic-ish looking dress with like a flowy skirt. And on top of that is a set of golden armor. She's got like little gauntlets, or no, bracers, and then like a chest plate and little pauldrons. And her hair, which she usually has down, is tied back in a little bun with a little golden ribbon that's the tips of which are stained with black ink.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
I kind of popped off with that one, if I do say so myself.
You did
It's
a
so
great
good.
job.
It's so good
So
with that.
good.
It's so good.
The armor looks so cool. Both of these look so great.
Dude, that's probably the best
Yeah.
armor I've ever shaded. Like, damn, I
It's
fucking
fantastic,
popped off.
yeah.
You
It
did
I
is
hate-
amazing.
excellent.
God, Marzi is just a god of fashion, really, honestly.
Hey, if,
They
you,
really are.
if any listeners out there want to commission me,
Mission
legally that's a
Marzi.
joke. Legally that's a joke.
Give Marzi your money.
No.
Give Marzi your money! What? Who said that? Anyway.
With all immortal possessions to the Marzi. Anyways, so yeah, I think both of the girls are pretty stunned at this. Anjali's still getting her bearings, and Aurelia's just like staring in disbelief because, yeah, she's full size now. Did not expect that to happen.
And the servant also kind of
Sorry.
blinks in slight surprise at that, like, oh, that has never happened before.
Both girls get a hand on their heads, and it's like, all right, you're both together again. Everything's fine. Breathe.
Professor gives him a
Yeah,
stink eye. He just told him to do that.
Yeah, I think Ari's probably gonna go in for a hug, and meanwhile, Angelique's still a bit befuddled, by just the everything going on right now. Will just kind of confusedly hug her back.
Mm-hmm.
This is a party full of hypocrites.
And the servant kind of turns its gaze over to Leo and the professor, who, if I remember right, both took damage.
Yes.
Tiny bit, yeah.
So he will go over and poke both of you in turn. Just tap on the nose for Leo and sort of a poke in the middle of the chest for the professor, because the professor is stupid fucking tall.
He's so fucking lucky that Leo is being held right now because Leo handed me trying to snap at his finger.
God.
Like a fucking angry dog.
Bro.
And you guys are healed to full HP.
Yay!
Woohoo!
And he kind of steps back and puts his hands behind his back, tilts his head. You're here for Dr. Everlight, I assume?
Yes.
Excellent.
She's
Good to
in
see
here
you.
too?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, the people who go through this, basically, well, let's walk and talk. Basically what happens, as I assume the party is moving along to find Crystal's room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The servant starts leading them down a path. And we'll keep quiet if Leo wants to do the exposition.
Yeah. Leo probably, cause Leo has, even while this angry, he even told the professor he doesn't want to take it out on him or Ari. Even at this angry, does have a soft spot for young girls who have gone through it.
Aw.
Aww.
So Ari had gotten a pat, and Leo's just, yeah, people who go through this, basically, we fight the awful thing that has been messing with them the whole time. Once we defeat it, we get sent here. Your very first time, that's what you experienced. I've been here a couple times before, so I just start up top already. So what happens is, we now find their room, and we perform magical therapy.
So we just talk to her or something like that? I mean,
Well, we have to do some
hopefully
puzzles, but...
Oh, I'm actually quite good at those. So that's nice. Well, I mean, this whole situation isn't but at least I can hopefully be helpful with that.
If you find yourself in need of assistance, I won't be far.
Oh, right. Where are my manners? I didn't even ask you, who you are. I'm Aurelia, and that's Angelique. She gestures over to Angelique, who is still kind of just reveling in the fact that she's tall now.
Angelique is just like, I feel tall. Because you are tall.
Power.
She doesn't have to fly all the time to be level with everybody else.
And the servant kind of tilts its head. Its expression is weird. A lot of things about this thing are weird. It feels very hollow, and to Leo, who has been here before, it feels even more hollow than usual.
Yeah. Leo has handed me something, but he's gonna let them do their introductions.
And he looks over at Aurelia and Angelique and does sort of a bow at the waist before standing back up and just, you can call me you.
You? Wait, is that like... And like looks to Professor, kind of like glances between them and the servant.
Kind of. Like the one in the chat? Close. This is, a reflection of you. It's, not the whole person.
Is it just me, or did it get creepier from the last time I saw him?
I would believe it. You've been through a lot. And the everything is getting worse.
Oh, gross.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, you.
And it tilts its head the other way. And it has, a slight shift of expression that's probably trying to be a smile, but it seems like this thing can't go much further than blank.
Aw, buddy.
And it says, I'm sure my source material would be of the same opinion.
Yeah. You can, meet the, actual you later. For now, we'll have the assistance of, how did he refer to you? The servant, I believe.
And, Professor, it gives a hard blink at that, and kind of turns to you with an odd look on its face, and I want you to roll me insight.
Ooh.
Delicious.
Don't get too excited. He's not good at, insight rolls.
The others are welcome to insight as well if they like.
Woo! Ooh, sure.
That's an 11.
With an 11, all you can get is the look on its face is like it's expecting something.
Boop.
He has an idea, but
I'll do
obviously
Angelique as
doesn't know
well.
for sure.
5 from Angelique and a 20 from Ori.
That actually makes a lot of sense, because Ori, you have a butler.
That is true.
This is a servant waiting for orders. It's a brief moment. It goes by very quickly of this thing looking at the professor like it's expecting him to give it some kind of command. But then it goes back to what it's doing because he doesn't give a direct command. And Leo, you pick up on something similar. Not quite as much as Ori does, but you can tell, yeah, this thing definitely... That name is something like a code word to this thing.
Ugh. Hate that.
Yeah.
Professor just continues. He's, in here, he's, rather prone to, perhaps bound to or obedience would be the word. So just be careful with your words, be kind.
So kind of like Xavier, just with less free will. And then Anjali will say like Xavier without all the snide comments.
I suppose both of those would be accurate.
I think I'd prefer the you with snide comments.
Oh, absolutely. But if you would, servant, could you show us to Dr. Everlight's door?
Of course. We're almost there. And it takes you a little bit further down. And it's interesting. To Leo, who has been here before, and not to the other two who don't have a frame of reference. This place is a lot more organized than it used to be, because it used to be to get to someone's door, you would pass by a bunch of unrelated doors. But as you pass by the doors that lead up to Crystal's, Leo, you can recognize both Minami and Quinn's door in order, and you can only assume that the door with the velvet curtain over it might be Jubilee's door. And you don't know who the door with the door that looks like it's covered in dead coral might belong to, but you can only assume it was someone who came before Crystal.
Leo actually, his steps get a little slower as he's taking this in, and also Muppet scrunches at Juby, Minami, and Quinn's doors. Before, just kind of tilting his head back and forth, and is just, have you been doing spring cleaning in here? Is that even a thing you can do?
And the servant kind of turns its head and looks at him and says, well, I figured it would be easier for those who come to conduct the severance rituals if their targets were, and it kind of waves a hand, easier to locate. Plus it makes it easier to maintain a watch over them so that I can warn if we get too close.
Damn, that would have been nice for Min and Quinn's doors.
Yes, my apologies. I should have come up with the system earlier.
That's all right.
Leo makes another yikes face.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of hums and says, I didn't have much time before, but I've been getting more time recently.
The professor just grimaces.
Yeah, Leo's, I don't know what that means. I don't know if I like it.
It's not.
A little ominous sounding, Angelique will say.
Out of curiosity, out of character, is there any sign of the, believe it was like a strong oak door that, Professor was told about from the other unknown person that he doesn't know?
No. And out of character, that's because that character, has been cut from the line.
Oh, okay. I was curious.
Okay.
All right, then. Just as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Still, I can't believe it's happened to this many people already. This was probably before I met you all.
Well, some of these are... Pretty sure some of these are before we even met you, so... The person you, not you.
Right, that could get a little confusing. Speaking of that, though, I'm kind of wondering now, Professor, do you know how long Dr. Crystal's been afflicted with this?
Yes, a very long time. I believe from shortly after, let's see, after Jubilee's Overblot, she went to examine you and his condition, and unfortunately happened to get infected in that manner. She has been trying to keep the affliction at bay since then, and desperately trying to find a way to get rid of it without overblotting, because she did not want to lose control in this manner. She did not believe she had time, that other things were more important.
Ooh.
Right.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
So it's become rather nasty.
Professor saying
Yeah,
that out loud, Leo stops. And his hands are kind of flexing. She's been infected that long.
Yes. She insisted that anyone who knew keep quiet about it. Believe me, I would have said if she would have let me.
That would mean even back then she was.
She
And
was.
you guys can roll. Yeah, you guys can roll an insight on Ari if you'd like to.
I would love to.
Yeah, sure.
Leo
Yeah.
cannot.
Oh, wait.
I think you forgot the R. Or
Yeah.
okay.
D20 plus 4. 12.
Honestly, I'm tempted to give Prof advantage because, like, you know, he's been in like her mental demiplane, so he knows her pretty well. Yeah.
So I got a 15.
Okay.
I can. Let's see. Is this more? Let's see. What is this one? Yeah, no, the 15 is the higher of the two.
Okay, yeah. So 15, and you said Leo can't roll because he's preoccupied, or?
He's gonna do something after you settle these insights.
Fair enough. Yeah. I'd say that's Yeah, I'd say for servant, you don't really get as much. Maybe a sense that like she seems kind of sad about something, but it's a bit vague. Prof, I think with a 50, that's enough to know. Yeah, you remember how, especially when you first met Ori, she kind of had a tendency to sort of like blame herself for a lot of things, and that is definitely a look of guilt on her face right now.
My dear, she went into your case knowing that she was infected. She wanted to help you. It's what she does. Don't blame yourself.
I know, but she still had to go all through all that while she was. And I think Anjali kind of like lightly taps her on the head with her knuckles, and is like, "Hey, come on, none of that. I mean, you didn't know. There's no way you could have known back then, and there's no point blaming yourself about something you didn't even know about."
She's right.
I know.
It was Crystal's choice.
Right. Okay. Well, important thing is that I can at least do something to repay her now, right?
Yes, you can help her.
She saved my life, and now hopefully I can help her.
Yes, precisely.
And I think now we can probably cut back to Leo.
Well, while Ari and Prof are having their nice talk, Leo's been standing there, kind of vibrating, flexing his hands. And as they're having their nice talk, Leo takes a deep breath, and much faster than when he was punching the floor, reels an arm back and just like absolutely punches the shit out of one side of the stairs.
Ooh.
Leo.
Can I roll insight for the servant, actually, real quick?
Yeah.
Ooh, I think Ori's gonna kind of cower behind Prof at that, and Anjali's gonna kind of instinctively like take a step in front of them both, like put herself between them and Leo.
Nat 20, let's go.
Insight. That's an 18 for Professor.
24.
Okay. For servant, that's a really fucking angry guy. I don't know how much context servant has for Leo. because the last 2 times Servant saw him, he was a very small, polite, kind of hot-tempered little, like, baby boy.
Mm-hmm.
That's for Angelique's role, by the way. Yeah.
Okay. Prof, this is probably, the angriest you've seen Leo.
Just about, especially
yeah.
outside of a combat situation.
Yeah, especially usually it's only when he's fighting and able to throw hands at an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the kind of, like, anger that is the byproduct of, like, a very scared, protective, like, righteous fury.
Mm-hmm.
Because Crystal is his.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And you also actually, since you know Leo better than Servant and Ari, because he even said so while Servant was getting Ari and Angelique out of the fuck shit. He said that he didn't want to take it out on you or the girls, and Prof can see, and I guess also Servant, because it is still something that is visible if you can look close enough. He's a little afraid of how, like, angry he is.
If I may.
Yeah.
The servant will kind of walk over next to him and will tilt its head and very quietly, so it's not, being projected to the other two, but just loud enough for Leo to hear. Would you like for me to help you calm down? Or would you prefer not to have magical intervention?
Don't cast magic on me right now.
Okay. How can I help?
It's fine. I'm sorry. I didn't.
You've been here 3 times.
Prof is whatever, because he's seen me like this before.
But you don't want to
Wait,
scare
what did you
the
say,
other
Whirl? Sorry.
Don't worry about it. It's no longer canon, because Leo kept talking.
Oh.
And he kind of tilts his head and says, no, you're good. And he says, but you don't want to scare the other two, do you?
No. They don't need to see that. I didn't want them to.
I understand. Would you like someplace a bit more private?
No, I think the couple hits in that I got, I was able to get most of it out.
All right.
And he does take a deep breath and kind of peers from around Servant to Angelique and Ari and kind of runs a hand through his fringe and is just, sorry, you've never seen me like this before, and I didn't want you to have to.
And I think Ari kind of nods and doesn't say anything. She just kind of nods. I think Angelique will say, all right, well, just careful you throw this fist, all right?
I'm not gonna hit anyone here. I'm just... She kept that for so long.
I know.
She came to see me at work and let me pester her about coffee art the entire time she was infected like this.
Yes, actually, you probably don't even know the half of the things that she's been working on recently.
Hate to say it because she's caught up in all this right now, but she's kind of hypocrite, isn't she? I mean, she's always getting on our cases to take care of ourselves, but...
Haha.
I think that's just how doctors are.
Yeah.
And the servant kind of tilts its head and looks again at Leo and says, if it's any comfort, you what is it you said? Pestering her about coffee yard? Probably helped her stay well as long as she did. A positive force in one's life is a great boon against the infection.
Oh, thanks for cracking open the other side of how emotional he is.
Oof.
Because aside from the really bad temper, Leo's also a crybaby.
Oh, buddy.
But he's probably like already feeling bad that he scared the girls and Prophet to see him like this outside of combat. So he kind of like hunches his shoulders and folds his arms, but there are tears like welling up in his eyes, and he's like, "Well, good. I'm glad then."
The servant will reach into the
buddy.
pocket of its apron and hand him a little handkerchief.
Perhaps we can talk about your reaction later. If that's all right.
I guess.
For now, are you okay to go on?
Yeah, I want to get Dr. Everlight out of here.
Yes. I think we all want that.
You'll be pleased to know then that we've been standing in front of the door for the last 10 minutes.
Well, great. Isn't that just grand? And he's scrubbing at his eyes.
Angelique just like gives Servant a flat look like, and he couldn't have mentioned that sooner.
Professor probably recognized the door because you described it to him.
Yeah.
But he just like so he didn't say anything, but he just pats Leo on the shoulder, like, yeah, it's okay.
Oh.
And the servant kind of looks back at Angelique very blankly, like, it's unspoken, but the you didn't ask, and also there was something else grabbing my attention is very obvious. My assistance was needed elsewhere.
Fair enough. Alright, let's just go in there already.
There's keys, aren't there?
Yes.
Oh, is that what these are for? And she'll kind of fumble for her little key ring.
Yeah. And both the professor and Aurelia only have one key on their ring. Leo, you now have 3.
Tasty!
And the new key looks like this. It is made of...
Ooh, pretty.
Oh, that's delicious.
It is made of smooth black metal, not quite iron, but almost like... It almost doesn't feel like metal, it almost feels like stone, a bit like polished obsidian. But interspaced with the black metal is bits of blue stained glass, all of which seem to faintly glow from within, as though letting through rays of sunshine.
Professor just kind of like picks it off the key ring and admires it. That's fitting.
They always are. And the servant will take its own keys out of its pocket and walk over to the door, which is made of similar materials, but is... Because, see, I don't remember how I described it in the FPS with the professor, so this is me going off the top of my head.
It's okay. This one is canon.
This one is canon. It's a sort of tall door, and it's made of that same black stone-like material, but here, looking closely enough, you can actually see it's neither stone nor metal. It's petrified black wood.
Whoa.
And it doesn't have a window or anything on it, but it does have its door handle, which is made of that same bit of glowing blue stained glass. Sort of like those fancy lamps that you see in like
Tiffany
antique
lamps.
stores all the time. Yeah, those.
Like the stuff that, like the Ones you destroy in Psychonauts.
Yes, the lamps that
Ooh,
Sasha 9
so tacky.
despises. It's a little star-shaped, like 8-pointed star-shaped doorknob made up of stained glass in a similar manner to those lamps. And there is a line going down one side of the door of 1, 2, 3, 4 keyholes. 2 above the doorknob and 2 below it.
I guess I just should ask, did Anjali get her own, key ring?
She did not, because she started off in a lantern.
Well, Professor will go forward and put his key in and turn it if it's possible. If not, just
He turns
kind
it
of
and
have
it
it there.
clicks.
Oh, excellent.
All right,
The servant
Aurelia will
follow
take her
suit.
key and, Aurelia will take her key and put it in. Marzi?
Marzi?
Oh, sorry. I think my internet cut out. Hi.
Oh no.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Yeah. Alright, to catch you back up, we're putting the keys in the door, and Leo's the last one.
Yes. Into the door.
And all 4 of them give a turn. It clicks, and the servant will gesture for everyone to take their keys away. And twisted the doorknob, and the door swings open. And beyond the door, for right now, it is dark.
Professor will cast light.
It's weird. It's not like there's... I should note, it's not like there's a dark space behind the door. It's like there is a screen of dark. In video game load zone.
He maybe realizes that when he casts it, and then it like doesn't penetrate, and he's just like, oh. He dismisses it and instead tries to go through the black.
All right,
Leo
Professor
snorts.
Professor goes through the dark.
Go in the dark.
Go in there.
Go in
in
there.
the dark.
Go in there. I think Angelique and Ari are gonna hold hands before they go into the dark as well.
And Leo will take up the rear.
And the servant will follow close behind.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm going to pause real quick here. Do we need a break before we get to
Yes,
the ritual?
please. It's very hot
Might
again.
be a good call. It's been a while, yeah.
All right,
Break could be good.
let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right, good. I can eat dinner then.
Sounds good.
I need more
Alright.
Bev. I'll be right back.
Hey, see you 10, y'all.
Do, 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 do.
This has been delightful.
I'm glad you guys are having
I've
fun.
been having fun.
I've actually
I
gonna
may
be
have
right...
been quiet, but I have not been quiet in the splatter zone. I've been having fun.
I'm actually going to be right back because I'm going to grab a sandwich, and then we can... That will probably take me long enough to make and eat that then we can pick back up.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, I will also bounce for a bit. Be back.
I think it's really funny that the Rhythm Twins are supposed to be like water and fire, and Arsene was the angry little guy to begin with, but now.
Yeah, I think I might have mentioned when we were doing those whole color theory things about characters, the seeing them as both red and blue, but when one takes one color, the other takes the other kind of thing, and they're continuously like swapping and balancing each other out.
Damn, it'd be a shame if something fucked up and magical kind of like, fucked with that balance.
I want to shake you right now.
Hang on, I have food in my mouth. Give me a second. Does Crystal know that Leo's cursed? I don't remember. I know Professor knows since he's the one who like investigated the bracelet.
He hasn't
He
told
does not.
Crystal.
She hasn't been around Leo since he's gotten the bracelet because of I gesture at this.
You're right.
Ew.
Hey.
Ugh.
Also, Marzi, I don't know if you saw, but yeah, I'm glad the fight ended when it did because I'm like, oh, I know what she's gonna do next if it gets to her turn, and I'm like, this will be bad if it does.
Yeah, no. Leo is like actually starting to calm down, laughing a bit at the professor, and his light spell helped. But if Crystal had been able to pull off that spell, it would not have been that easy.
Yeah, I'm very glad.
He does feel genuinely very, very guilty that the girls saw him like this. Because Prof has seen him kind of like that before.
Mm.
Yeah.
He's just not liking how it's seeping out of combat
Definitely.
situations. Because
Yeah,
he can
'cause
get that.
it's
Tempers run high, adrenaline.
yeah.
Yeah, and Prof has seen Azumi, and Azumi's just like that when you're in the middle of a fight sometimes.
Exactly, and the girls have seen Azumi too, so they figure like, oh, he just gets really heated like during a fight, like Azumi. But yeah, after that little spear punching moment, I mean, I think like they're a little better now that he's calmed down. But I'd say Ari's like like might get over it more. Some other members of the system, not quite so much. They might be a little sus of Leo for a bit. I'm sorry to say.
No, that's fine. Leo has handed me that he feels really, really bad, and as soon as this is solved, he's going and he's like actually calmed down. He's gonna be like the nervous like finger poking together emote and is like, I'm really sorry you guys had to see that.
Oh,
No.
buddy.
Yeah. Something tells me Leo and Crystal should probably have a talk after all of this is said and done.
Mhm.
Leo is very, very mad with her.
Understandably, honestly.
Mhm.
Like I said, old habits die hard.
Professor is concerned for Leo. He saw that fear. He's going to be addressing this later.
Mhm. And I rolled for Angelique, so I think she rolled high enough to sense the fear a little bit. So
Yeah, Leo was scared that he was that angry and feels really bad.
Mhm.
Leo's just a little guy.
Mhm. Sure, buddy.
Leo's just everyone's favorite little guy. Also, you're good, Whirl. I'm also eating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no
I
problem.
finished up dinner real quick. Yeah.
I had a month. Also, my recording might be a little bit tarnished as a backup because my housemate set off the fire alarm a little bit ago, and I accidentally muted the wrong thing in my panic to try and
Oh
get it to
no.
stop.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah. We still get a couple other people recording, so.
Yeah, and it'll be fine. It's just like a couple of minutes, and it's only if anything happens, sort of thing. So yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, worst comes to worst, depending on how many people are recording, you can just Frankenstein that shit.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Yeah.
Isn't that what happened with the Quinn one, or was it just like editing hell?
You'll never guess.
It's still in editing hell.
You'll never guess what Speck and Fletcher were working on while we were in VC watching Detco.
Oh yeah, no, you mentioned that earlier. That's right. I think Oatmeal wasn't around for it. Yeah.
We shouldn't have to Frankenstein together. I have a very good recording so far, and I have actually even managed to put in most of the shared images.
Woo!
Ooh.
Which I do not usually manage to do, but I
nice.
got it for this one.
Yeah. Yeah, and I did something like that. Well, when I ran Shattered Reflections, I had like all the art I had commissioned like preset into there, so I could just like pull it up when it like came up.
Yeah, I've done that in some of the games I've run before. It's so much easier than trying to get them in later.
It is, yeah.
Oh, actually, now that Leo new Inkblot look is public, I can show everyone the fun, funky comparison.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Cause like,
Hi.
his clothes also used to be a lot baggier.
Oh,
Interesting.
Yeah.
Boy's filling out.
Yeah.
Love
And
to see it.
this is a fun one that I didn't realize, but like just their general vibes. Like only last year Babyface Leo is curious and concerned. Now Leo is very obviously kind of angry.
Now Leo is kind of pissed. Also, hi.
Yeah.
I have finished chowing down on a sandwich.
Yes.
Nice.
We all ready to come back from break?
Then. I am.
Oh, give me 1 second. I need to finish my rice.
Hell yeah, finish the rice.
Yep.
God. I love all of the outfits y'all have come up with for the Inkspace designs.
Hey, fun.
They're very good.
I did so much reflection about the professor and like the parameters you gave us. I won't say what they are, but like I was like, he already did and so I just needed to dress him like a different professor. It was just like, I want to put a different dang outfit.
I think it would have been really funny if his outfit matched entirely what he wears normally, because that would be very interesting for his character.
It would be pretty fucking funny if I just spattered some ink on his normal clothes and messed with the saturation. God.
Make him orange.
You're orange now, that's my attack.
I could have, but I really wanted to draw something, even though my spoons were limited, so I was like, gosh darn it, I will push through this.
You did such a good job, and we are so proud of you.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Thank you.
It looks rad
Again,
as hell.
I hold you all for how much art you guys did before this game.
Flexes, dabs.
I had time
Falls
for
down
mine,
on the
so-
floor dead.
Yeah.
Me whirl handshake. Me whirl handshake crunch time less than 24 hours.
24 hours to do art that I usually do over the course of a week.
You're so valid, and it's so good.
Y'all are legendary, but also please rest up after this game.
Fully plan to.
Yes.
Oh yeah, also his outfit change. I mean, I could have just deleted a layer in my normal ref, but I also wanted to get rid of the coat because I'm that will be gone eventually once I actually do the FPS in which he gets rid of it.
Hey, fuck it up.
Hmm.
Oh my god, bats my eyelashes at you. Family shopping trip? Leo needs to get new clothes for Izumi too. Bats my eyelashes at you.
Hey,
God.
I'm cool with it. Nobody has taken this man shopping in probably several hundred years, and it shows.
I say this knowing full well that Noodle is here, but Leo is the most fashionable BBC brother, so
Amazing. Immediately
So,
choosing
like-
violence. We love to see it.
so like if anyone in the BBC could help Professor and Izumi dress better, it'd be Leo.
Mhm.
All right, y'all let me know when we're ready to start up again.
I have finished my rice.
Yay!
All right. We ready to go?
I'm good.
Yes.
Yeah.
We ready to rock and roll? All right.
Mm.
God, that
Wait, hang
sounded
on,
like
let me
such a
get-
white dad right there. I need to not ever say that again.
I needed to get that out before we actually started. I've been holding back burping this entire time. Because I had a soda at beginning of recording, which was a mistake.
You did this to the you.
Y'all are so valid.
That cola was tasty, though.
Cola is delicious.
It's good.
Mm.
Not as good as Dr. Pepper, and I stand by that.
Dr.
What do
Pepper
we
is
find?
just shitty root beer.
You're shitty root beer.
Pepper.
What do we find through the door?
Right.
Sorry.
Yes. Sorry.
Back into
I
the
love y'all.
imagination sphere. Before Marzi and I can get into a beverage debate. So, you guys, you go in there, you go into the dark. And there is a moment when it is dark, and then it is no longer dark. And you are now standing in a round room. Specifically, you are now standing in a library. It
Mm.
it is dimly lit. There are just a few candles around the place on various shelves and tables. Very, very much a fire hazard. But you know who's counting at this point. And
All fantasy libraries be like that.
and there are these super duper tall bookshelves that go all the way up to the ceiling. And the ceiling is like 3 stories above you. And there's this faint sound of wood creaking, but there's a much more insistent sound of rattling wheels of a cart and moving footsteps and Crystal, roll me a dex save.
Oh.
Cool. All right.
Oh.
All right. That's not too bad. Hold on. Dex modifier. There you. 13.
13. Okay, that's not terrible. You do manage to stop yourself before you run into the people who have just stepped through one of your bookshelves.
Oh.
Ah,
Whoa.
you need to move.
What?
Dr. Crystal!
You need to move.
What?
Professor is not moving.
What do you
need
mean?
to move now.
And from somewhere
Why?
above you, you guys hear the sound of wood starting to creak. and behind you something thuds and hits the floor.
Move.
Alright, Professor moves and grabs the others as well.
Yeah, the girls are running.
And
are we just moving out of Crystal's way, or are we, like, going somewhere?
moving out of her way.
I assume.
Okay.
Okay.
And you see what fell, which seems to be a book.
Well, Professor's gonna look at it.
Yeah.
It's a rather thick book, because, you know, it made a pretty loud sound when it hit the ground. I keep accidentally rhyming today. With a dark blue cover with gold detailing on it. And, Kendall, what do you think is something this book might be about?
Let's say, let's go with, cross-dimensional, travel.
Interesting.
For fun.
Yeah. He raises his eyebrows. And his crystal moved on.
Yeah, she started moving as soon as you guys were out of the way. And she is putting books back into the bookshelves.
Mm-hmm.
Are you just
The
worried
girls are
about
probably
this
gonna.
place getting
The girls are
messy?
her.
I'm sorry, you guys talked over each other.
Oatmeal, you go first.
Okay. He just calls after Crystal. Are you just worried about this place getting messy?
Haha, very funny.
Wait,
The girls are gonna attempt to follow after Crystal. Dr. Crystal, we're here to help you. What's going on? What are you doing here?
A little bit away from you, another book falls on the ground.
The girls will look at it.
This one has a dark red cover. Kendall, topic for us?
Yeah, let's go with something thematic again. Devils, demons, and like, etc. kind of thing.
ooh.
A book on the arcane and esoteric.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Leo,
The girls definitely exchange a look at that.
Leo handed me I'm not angry anymore. What I do is Leo's just ooh, and he does a little like finger wiggle and he picks it up.
Ooh.
Is a book.
Alright, before you lot scatter, you told me there's supposed to be a puzzle in here that we have to solve. I don't know what it is. It's different
There's
every
usually
time.
a puzzle. Yeah.
The servant is looking at this. Roll insight if you'd like.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, he knows too much.
No, he's valid. We love a character that can kick the plot down the road.
Alright, that's Ari, and there's Angelique. She only got a 6, but Ari got a 17, so.
Yeah, Professor only got a 10.
Oof. Yeah,
Well, it's
so
13 total, so.
Angelique.
Oh no, he's a.
Angelique and the professor. You just see that this guy is looking.
No,
up.
Aurelia got the higher roll. Yeah.
No, this is for the lower rolls. The lower rolls. Angelique and the professor.
Okay, sorry.
All you can tell is that the servant is looking up. Aurelia, you can see that the servant is looking up and has one of the stronger expressions you've seen on him, in that it looks worried. Leo, you got a 22.
Howdy.
You can put some shit together, which is, this thing is looking up, it looks concerned, and you guys heard creaking sounds earlier when Crystal was telling you to get out of the way. And these are very, very tall bookshelves full of very heavy books.
Well, time to do the one thing people never do in video games. Look up. Ooh. Leo had been kind of like ooh over the book, and then looked up at the professor when he said puzzle, looked at servant, realized that, and then slowly looks up.
As he looks up, he notices something a little worrying, which is that the further up you go, the messier the shelves look and the less structurally sound they look. As a matter of fact, the further up you go, the more shelves are tilted or in some places bent and broken in the middle, where they're weighed down with a lot of really heavy books. And you pay it more attention and you can hear creaking sounds that you now realize are the shelves threatening to fall.
Oh, this is no longer an ooh situation. This is an ooh situation.
Professor will look up as well.
Yes, over the girls.
Yeah.
Oh, that's concerning.
Dr. Everlight.
Okay.
Yeah, she's taken the book from your hands, Leo, and she's still moving around the room. And then there's like a moment where she puts it into the shelves and keeps going.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's an estate of about to collapse, and she's shoring it up, mostly. In order to take her out, we have to, stabilize it?
Can we? Or is
I don't know.
Or is this a situation where we kind of have to let things break and fix it better when they do?
Yeah, the solstice feel pretty symbolic.
Yes, but well, out of those two plans, I would suggest we try mine first, because the second one could result in
Disaster.
Yes. None of
You know
us are fully tuned except for Crystal. If we go splat, it's going to be a lot messier.
Damn, you're right. Also, I don't want to think about that.
Yeah, me either.
While you guys are talking, the servant kind of watches Crystal for a minute, and then goes and picks up one of the books that fell from one of the higher shelves, and then sort of vanishes and reappears holding on to a ladder that leads up to one of the higher shelves, sort of near the top of it. And
Leo gets
squints
stanced
at
up
the
like,
shelf.
what?
And tries sliding the book back into place, only to have to catch it a second later when it almost immediately falls out.
Okay, well, I guess that's a no. I'm gonna... you know what? I'm actually gonna watch what the fuck Crystal is doing. I'm gonna see what that means. So Leo's gonna find Crystal and Taylor.
Cool. Do you want to roll me a perception?
Ooh, I love me a delicious percepi. Ooh. You love to see it? Question mark. I hope this is good enough. It should be.
Yeah, that should be good enough. Hey Leo, as you're watching Crystal go, she is like not really paying you much attention. Like there was a glance in your direction, but then she's like not like you're not doing anything to keep her from moving, so she's kind of just ignoring you now. As she's moving this cart around with the books on it and putting them back as fast as she can into the shelves. And you can hear her muttering as she's going, okay, the cross-dimensional stuff goes in the middle shelf over by the parasitical nature, and the devils and demons goes a little higher up over in the shelf, about what was it again? It's uh, laws and contracts.
Leo is probably walking beside her, listening, glancing around as like watching her shelve books, watching books fall, and after a moment of observing and seeing the like frantic state she's in, he lets out a low whistle and was like, "Damn, shit's fucked." Dr. Everlate, holy shit.
Yeah, you might also be able to tell with that perception where what she's muttering aloud is not to you, it's to herself, and it's matching what she's putting into the shelves. Like
Place
Is
for
the
everything
cart
and
she's
everything
wheeling
in its
around
place.
the kind of cart that's sturdy enough to hold one tall teenage boy?
um
I mean, there's one way to find out.
I will say
I
it looks
don't
very
know.
rickety. And also, Crystal is the
Damn.
one pushing it.
Yeah, she's not very strong.
I think, cause Leo, what she's doing is very Sisyphean, and it's not really doing much. And Leo kind of wants her to stop and talk to them and let them help. So, you know the thing that kids do at grocery stores when they stand, when they stand on like the sides or the front of like the shopping cart.
Oh my god.
Yep.
So, Leo, keeping pace with Crystal, kind of, when he finds an opening, steps up onto the side of the cart and like, while holding on with one hand so he doesn't fall, and chin handsing with the other, and is like, "Hey, so you have 4 extra hands right now, you silly."
I don't know whether she's still able to push the cart with his weight on it, and I don't know what's funnier right now. And
Did I say 4 extra hands? I meant 4 extra pairs of hands.
all right, there's a little bit of a moment where she sort of like continues to try and push the trolley, like, and then is like not like kind of processing what Leo's saying, and then it is a bit of a complicated system.
Tell us about it.
Are you sure?
Dude, you know how long? I mean, like, I've heard that to learn the Dewey Decimal System, shit's kind of fucked. So I mean, you gotta start somewhere.
It's not the Dewey Decimal System.
Well, then teach me your own mind fuckery. I wanna know. Let me know, Dr. Everlate. Let me help.
All right. These are categorized by a few different ways. There's urgency is based on height. Easier to reach is more urgent, so about eye level, and then the further away they get is the less urgent. The see that that book that ladder over there, that is the start of the I've been using that as a marker. Following around there will lead you through the different categories. They're based on a mix of cases and groupings of knowledge, bookshelves grouped together are cases, and the books along it are in order of topic, and then topics are grouped by in date order of most recent to least recent.
Oh, I forgot that I feel kind of dumb every time you tell me about stuff.
Yeah, she kind of just expert dumped on you everything.
Leo's like, all right, got it. Cool, cool, cool. Arrow pointing at Leo, doesn't get it. But you know what? I'd hate for you to have to explain this 3 more times. So maybe let's find the others and have you only explain it 1 more time.
Can they hear from the other side of the room, or?
I think they can. It is a very echoey room.
Yeah.
And the servant kind of blinks at the book that it had in its hand. Looks at the slot on the shelf that is empty, looks at the book. Oh. It's because this isn't where you go. Okay. So will you stay put if I find your home? And he's very clearly talking to the book.
I love that.
That's
This
adorable.
bitch creepy, but that's kind of cute.
Professor's going to... Are there other books on the ground?
Yes. It actually seems like every time Crystal puts one back, another falls.
Oh.
Interesting.
Professor would like to see if he can find a book that he can pick up.
Pick a book, any book. There are many books.
Alright, he picks up a book.
I can give you a title if you'd like.
Sure, go on ahead. He's going to walk towards Crystal about it.
Pillars of Inkwell.
Ah.
All right, you fucking son of a bitch.
He says, all right, Pillars of Inkwell. Inkwell, where does this go? I imagine close to the ground. And what, close to the ladder? Further away from the ladder?
It is about halfway down to the ground, and it is 3 bookshelves to the left of the ladder, in the section on Toon formation.
Excellent. He's going to can he reach that high?
You got a ladder.
Or does he? Well, yeah, but without the ladder, because the ladder's
Alright,
marking
true.
a spot.
Yeah.
No, but you do have
This is
someone
like-
here with wings.
I was
Oh,
about
that's
to
true.
say, yeah, you can just pass it to Angelique. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll point out the spot to Angelique and ask, could you put this right there, please?
She'll take the book and put it back in the right spot.
And Angelique, you put it back in place, and it's weird. You push it all the way in, and it feels like there's a click. And when you take your hand away, the book doesn't fall.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
She'll relay that information to everybody else.
Ah, very good.
Nice.
All right. Let's get cleaning up then. If you can't tell where a book is supposed to go, or if you tried and it doesn't work, ask Crystal.
Leo is actually gonna leave the beginning of this to them because he's going to very gently take Crystal's hands off the cart.
Yeah, okay.
And
She will fight you a little bit at first.
she's trying to hold on. He's like, no, Dr. Everlight.
I love that he's weaponizing his puppy dog eyes.
Nice.
The funny thing is, canonically, Leo doesn't know that he does that to her.
Oh.
He does this
It
all
is-
the time.
It is ingrained into him by virtue of second babyest brother.
My goodness.
Honestly, I'm low-key tempted to throw Ari in there too, so we just get double the puppy dog eyes. Hers probably aren't as potent as Leo's, but she can still pull it off.
Crystal will never admit this to herself, but Leo is her baby brother now.
Yeah. She will one day.
One day. But yeah, if he manages to get Crystal's hands off the cart, and very gently holds them and is like, you are our team lead now, and you get to shout orders at us. But that also means that your hands are free now, which means you, and he makes sure to put both her hands in one of his, so he's still holding onto her, so he doesn't reach for the cart again. And he points at her. You get to bev it up. And he pulls out of his hammer space that coffee from earlier.
Yay!
Oh my goodness. Take a point of inspiration for that. I don't know what you'll use it for at this point, but that's delightful.
Oh my gosh.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
Every time Marzi's in a game, they wind up getting inspiration from me because they keep coming up with great bits.
I'm the funniest motherfucker around.
If he's pulling out the coffee, and then Ari's gonna take out the biscotti she had in her bag and pass the to Crystal too. And here's something sweet to go with it.
It's great because now she can't put them down because that would be disappointing.
She's got coffee in one hand and biscotti in the other. She's trapped.
Trapped by baby.
What's Leo doing with the cart?
He's gonna, he's gonna grab it.
Alright.
And he'll get her to probably lean a little on something so that she can take a breather. And is like, all right, team lead, shout us your orders.
Yeah, she kind of needs to know what books the people have, but
The professor has collected a few by now.
And Ari will start picking some up too.
The servant walks over with a stack that's almost as hall as his head. His eyes are just peeking over the top.
Leo will wheel the thing over.
All right, let's just put them all here so she can see them. All on the cart, lined up nicely. And then she can give us directions.
yeah, she will probably she hasn't taken a seat but is stopped moving, but then looks over the cart and all right, these three here and that one on the bottom shelf, they go over 180 degrees from the ladder, and close to the ground, but that one there also goes on that shelf a little higher up, and yeah, she's just sort of grouping them together and passing them off to people with instructions.
Yeah,
Anytime
Professor
Leo
will put them away.
Hell yeah. Anytime Leo doesn't have a book in his hand, he's trying to coax Crystal into at least nibbling on the food and taking sips of her coffee.
Roll me a persuasion just for the fun of it.
Bats my eyelashes at you. Smiles.
Ooh, 27.
Okay, you've managed to convince her to have some of the items she's been handed.
Yeah.
What it was as he turned back around for putting a book on a shelf and realized that she hadn't eaten or drank anything, he just kind of looked down at her with his big ol' eyes and poked his fingers together and was like, "But me and Ari got those for you."
And she is forced to sit down at a table and snack.
Nice.
Yeah.
The servant will grab an armchair from where it's kind of been knocked over and set it upright for her.
Really nice.
He deserves it. Take your throne,
there's
queen.
There's definitely a and then just takes it.
The servant will kind of tilt its head and give her that not quite a smile look and say, I think they have it under control. You can relax for a bit. It won't fall apart.
It takes a little bit. And she needs to watch them first. But yeah, she's slowly getting convinced that, yeah, no, they have this under control.
And something interesting actually happens the more books you guys put away. Because whenever it seems like a bookshelf gets filled up with all its respective books, the broken shelves up at the top will set themselves to rights and fix themselves.
Ooh.
Hooray!
Nice.
And does anyone have anything else they want to do in here before I move on to something that happens next?
I just had one small funny.
Give us the funny.
Because Leo's a big fucking nerd, and he did get distracted once already. Every now and then, when he picks up a book to put away, he glances at it, pauses, opens it.
Little fun fact about each of the books.
pages.
Fun fact about each of the books. They all seem to be written in Crystal's handwriting.
Interesting.
God, if he realizes that, he absolutely just kind of stands in the middle of everything, is kind of like skimming through, and is like, So you have to stop him every once in a while, because he also did this in the ellipsis.
Oh.
Yeah, professor just gonna, power walk by with some books and just shake his shoulder.
Hip check the kid, get him to get back to work.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, Leo, there's a lot of science books in here. Toon biology, anatomy, disease, medicine. There are medical textbooks in here.
Leo, haver of a rare disease. Oh, rad.
Professor would like to investigate the shelves, just to see if there's anything interesting about the shelves themselves. Because he kind of already, has been told about the order of the books. Let me see here. That is a right. That is a 18 investigation.
18. Okay. With an 18, you actually are close enough to the shelves that you notice something interesting. There is a detail on sort of the sides of the shelves that is done up in metal. It's not just like gold leaf, it's solid metal. And it's a groove that runs up the length of the shelf. And you look down at the floor underneath it, and you see a sort of border of metal set into the floor around each of the bookcases. In that same golden metal.
Strange. They're being held up by metal bars?
Yo, book jail?
Not quite.
That was in character, by the way.
Yeah, that was also in character on my part.
Was that quite or not quite?
Not quite.
Ah.
And the servant walks over to you guys and actually does smile and will hand Leo the last of the books to put back.
And
You know what? I'm gonna be thematic with this. Hey Leo, this is chronic illnesses.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, Leo, during this putting things back and having Crystal sit down is definitely a lot calmer. This is the normal Leo that everyone is very used to. This is the funny little silly guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he does a little wiggle and he turns to Crystal like, ta-da, last one. And into the shelf it goes.
Yeah, bottom shelf closest to the ladder.
And when that last book clicks into place, there's a sound from somewhere sort of underneath your guys' feet. And Candle, what's an instrument that's associated with Crystal?
Piano.
Okay.
Ooh.
So there is the sound of a sequence of piano notes. And then, one by one, each bookcase kind of rattles, and then you find out what those metal rods were. They're not bars, they're rails, because each one sinks into the floor. And behind each bookcase is a tall, faceted glass window. And outside of each window is a different view of someplace Crystal loves, and you see why it was so dark in here, because it's supposed to be lit by natural light. It's supposed to be lit by the windows, and they were covered up by all of these things that Crystal is constantly worrying about. And there are views out the window of the Painted Lady Cafe and of a little room that has a stage with a piano set up on it. There's an actual library, sort of looking as though it could just be a doorway, an extension off of this one, but it has a lot of that natural light coming in. There's a garden bursting with roses and full of butterflies. And there's one area that looks like a quiet, sort of secret garden.
Bro, I'm gonna cry.
Oh, this is much better, don't you think, Crystal?
I forgotten about some of these.
Well, now they're back again. And you silly, get to know that there are a lot of people who are willing to help you with shit like this.
And now that the library's a little tidier, maybe you could get out of the office occasionally and go spend some time with those people. I know we'd certainly like to see you around.
I've wanted to, but there was so much. I thought I needed to do it all.
I know. There was a lot to do, and is a lot to do in many ways, but luckily, you know a lot of people who are willing to help you.
And I bet it was kind of fun to boss people around.
I was impressed by how quickly you picked up on stuff.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how quickly people want to pick up stuff when they're helping someone that, you know, they're really close to, and they think it's cool, and they want to help.
I think I understand what you're trying to get at.
Well, good. I'd be a little worried if you didn't, considering I was laying it on kind of thick.
Just a little bit.
Remind me, are these like depictions of places in stained glass, or are they like windows opening to these places?
Windows opening to these places. The glass is faceted like stained glass, but it is perfectly clear.
Ah. Professor looks for a latch.
None of these have any latches.
I'm just gonna tilt his head at them then.
Severance rooms tend to be pretty small.
Yeah.
You know all these places, Crystal.
Yes, they're places I hold fondly.
Leo looks at her with his big ol' eyes.
Hey, do you know what this means?
She'd been slightly distracted by Leo. Like, there's this moment where she's like, yes, Leo, I do in fact enjoy being at the Painted Lady, before she gets distracted by Professor and just... Huh?
You can see your sister again.
I can.
And everybody
Yes.
else.
It's over. Or kind
Just
of.
about.
Yeah.
You know there's a recovery thing to this. Additionally, he sort of like looks around the room. I don't see a door.
Actually, incorrect.
Ah,
In the direction that you guys have come from, there is now an open doorway. And where the doorway to get in here had been dark, this doorway has sort of a screen of light separating it from the rest of wherever it goes. And Leo, you would note that's a little weird. Because usually, the minute the puzzle is solved, these places collapse.
Oh yeah, huh?
Mm.
I did feel like something was missing.
Does he relay that to the rest of the group?
I think there's a moment, I'm not gonna make you roll it, where he was gonna be like, hell fucking yeah, let's go home. And then he pauses and is like, hang on.
We're talking and nothing's happening.
Yeah.
He's just like, hang on a second. This is not how the puzzle usually finishes.
Is there...
What do you mean?
Usually the
last
space will collapse when it's completed.
Yeah.
And the
Are we
servant kind
missing
of looks
something?
equally confused to Leo.
Oh shit, servant doesn't know either?
If you give the servant a minute, it can probably figure it out, but it is confused initially. You'd have to ask it to get it to give you an answer.
Cool, because Leo was like, servant, did spring cleaning make this happen too?
No, this isn't my... Oh, I think I understand. And he kind of
Yes?
nods. And y'all are welcome to roll insight. I am going to roll something else.
All right.
Okay.
Nice.
17 plus 5.
Yo, 2 dirty 20s, let's go.
Oh my god,
Oh,
nat 20
shit,
for
a nat
Anjali.
20.
Woo. Dang. You know, Ari only got a 7.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Only Angelique notices this, but there...
Oh, you whore.
there is a slight tension in the servant's shoulders for a moment. And for the briefest of seconds, those amber, golden, orange eyes shift to a more natural shade of brown. And there's something there that's almost like dread. But then, as quickly as it came, all of that is covered up, and the servant just shakes its head and points at the doorway with the screen of light in it. That will take you home.
Angelique kind of like approaches them, kind of squinting at them a little. It's like, what was that just now?
What was what?
Huh?
For a sec, their eyes changed and they got all tense. Like they were dreading something. Something happened.
What color?
Kind of brownish.
Maybe a momentary connection with, the you that we know? Or, well, perhaps more accurately, the real you? Not that those two are the same thing, they're not. It's complicated.
Why did he look scared for a moment?
Scared? I may have an idea. This is the last person who needs to be helped before, he needs to be helped. And it's going to be an ordeal.
And the servant kind of looks down at Angelique. Or, wait, Angelique is probably taller than it, actually.
Angelique, if she's the same height as Ori, then she's 5 foot tall, so.
Oh, they're exactly the same height then.
Hey, nice.
Fucking teeny bitches.
It looks over at her for
hey, it's better than 1 foot tall.
It looks over at her for a moment, then looks at the doorway, then looks at the professor. This place is getting more stable.
Is that good?
I don't think so.
Well, fuck.
All right. Well, we'll deal with that part, I promise. But first, let's get Crystal out and stabilize her. All right?
Yes, please.
All right. Everybody out now.
Right.
The servant will
I'm
offer
not
Crystal a
going
hand
to
to
be-
stand up.
Yeah, I
Leo-
think Crystal's just going to take a moment to look at Professor, and I'm not going to be able to help straight away.
No, of course not.
If you had tried, I would have bitten you.
Please take the time you
Hey,
need
you better
to
get lots of rest once we get out of here, alright?
I will do my best.
You're not the only healer around. We'll manage. We might not do quite as good a job as you would on yourself, but unfortunately there's only one of you, as I'm sure you are acutely aware.
Yes, it's shown itself to be a bit of a problem recently.
It's a
Well,
good
you've done a
thing
good
we
job
came for you.
Yeah. You did a really good job taking care of us, and, well, now it's time for us to return the favor, right?
Right.
Indeed.
Thank you.
All right then, move along.
Leo will probably, like, hook his elbow with crystals.
Oh.
Yeah, she won't resist.
The good thing he decided to do this instead of throw his arm around her shoulder like he did that one time, which he did not enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys leave. And you head back through the door. And there's a sensation of going up the stairs, but then you all blink, and you are back in the real world, and you are in the university courtyard. And there is the giant hole in the ground where there's a lot of ink. There is Crystal standing on the edge of it. Standing, which is surprising. Most people are collapsed on the ground by this point. And there are all of you.
She does look like she's gonna fall over.
Yeah.
Professor's gonna run up there. Yeah. All right, now let's have a sit down.
Prof and Leo immediately went at the same time.
Yeah.
Angelique probably went too, and then realized, oh, she's tiny again. Man.
Aw.
Damn.
She misses being tall.
Yeah, she's gonna miss that place, but only because she got to be tall.
All right, let's sit down. Let's see, you should be around shortly. He starts to look around.
Leo's probably gonna sit on the ground next to Crystal.
You is also there.
Yeah.
He's kind of sitting on the edge of the crater where the ink is, and he's kind of trying to pull something out of it.
You alright? You need a hand?
No, I've got it. It's like this every time. Usually Dyer gets it for me, but I don't know where she is right now. And he says that, and there's a meow behind him, and he jumps about a foot in the air and nearly falls into the crater before he catches himself. And there's Dyer.
Careful, Leo is watching you do this, and he's seen 2 of these now. This is his 3rd, and he kind of like chin hands and leans over Crystal and is like, "You get a prize now."
She is, you know, when someone is like actively keeping themselves awake, like with all of their power.
The point where you're so sleep deprived you might as well be drunk.
Yeah, yeah, and just blinks at Leo and just what?
Okay, you can accept your prize later. As Leo very carefully tries to shrug off his like outer button up.
Yeah, because she's already very cold.
Drapes it around Crystal and is like, "You need a nap."
Yeah.
Not yet.
I would say not yet. You do still need to... Here. You reaches into his pocket and pulls out a little vial of the familiar potion that is lemonade. And hands it to the nearest person to give to Crystal.
Yeah, Professor will take it, because he'd gone up to you, and bring it to Crystal. Alright, take a potion.
Label's a lie, by the way. I've been told it doesn't taste like lemons.
And why call it lemonade? Is it because it's yellow?
No, it's made with lemons. A lot of lemons. Lemons are used to purify... Lemons are used to purify bad tastes, so they're a good ingredient in things that are in potions that are meant to purge negative effects. It's a lot of lemon and a lot of honey, but it really just tastes like whatever you find comforting.
Which is a little bit of a shame, because lemons taste great.
I'm inclined to agree with you.
It tastes like lemon.
You can just have some regular lemonade then.
Maybe I will have some regular lemonade.
I love Leo so much.
He's back to his normal, silly, goofy, like, comedic relief twin.
Oh.
Does Crystal take the potion?
Yeah, I think she spends a moment where she's like checking that everyone is accounted for and like okay, but like she can't, I'm not rolling anything for that because she cannot tell other than they're there before, she's gonna take it, take the drink.
Out of curiosity, what does it taste like for her?
It tastes like jasmine and mint tea.
Ooh.
Nice.
Which is her favorite.
Nice.
And almost immediately it makes her very, very sleepy.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think she can fight it anymore.
Yeah.
Nap time.
E.
I think Leo's still next to her, right? She's
Yeah.
probably fallen asleep on his shoulder.
Yeah, he was sitting next to her just in case.
Yeah.
All right. You get your rest now. I can carry back.
I got her.
Oh, if you're sure.
I mean, she is light. She's made of glass.
I know that. Yeah.
Very, very gently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
She probably still has his overshirt.
Scoop.
Like a little blanket.
Yeah.
Professor will glance at the girls to make sure they're all right.
Yeah, they're fine. I think they'll pick her up, obviously. Anything we can do to help? I don't know if we need to pick anything up to take care of her while she's resting up or anything.
Blankets help. Anything that keeps you warm, really. The cold is the worst part of it.
Huh. Actually, in that case, Ori's gonna cast Prestidigitation on Crystal to warm her up a little. Here we go.
Nice.
And actually, as Leo is holding Crystal up, he looks at the girls, very genuinely apologetic.
Aww.
And is like, not the greatest time, probably, since I can't give you a full apology, but I am really sorry that you had to see me like that in there.
It's alright. I mean, we were all kind of tense at the time, so, I'm just glad we all made it out of there, okay?
Still, though, you deserve better than that.
Well, maybe we can talk about it more some other time. In the meantime, though, let's get Crystal home, so she can rest up.
Yes, boss.
Yes. Let's see. I do know where she lives. Currently. Just give me a moment. Professor's going to go over to you.
I did have a suggestion if we need the kids to be away for a moment. Maybe they could offer to like go like pick up dinner for everybody or something while Prof and you take her to her home.
It's not quite that situation. If you guys could step just a bit away so your characters are out of earshot. Or eyeline for this.
Okay, that works. We'll say maybe they go and like step off to the side to...
Oh, Professor can give them like directions, and then he says he'll catch up with them so they can start off.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah,
so they'll go on ahead.
If you think Leo's handing Crystal off to someone else, then buddy, you got another thing coming.
Yeah.
This is his.
Yeah.
This is his shiny.
Yeah, well, her sister might have a thing to say about that.
Well, her sister can fist fight him about it.
All right.
I was gonna say, at this rate, Leo's just gonna take her all the way back to the Leighton household.
That might have been an idea I had.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm okay with that if you want that, because the current place that she's staying is also very cluttered. There's a few people living.
I'd like to
in
think the
space.
professor gives them directions. Leo is nodding. As soon as they walked away, Leo turns to Ari and Angelique and is like, "No, we're gonna go to Villestown, actually."
Yeah, Yeah, I was
Great.
kind of thinking the same thing. Your house or mine?
We'll take her to mine. The house can make her a room.
Yeah, and she'll go along with him.
And off the children and Crystal go.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Professor, you are still here at the university. And looking sort of at where this fight went down, there is sort of a crater in the ground. And this crater is filled with that same black ink of the Overblot. And unbeknownst to you, usually at the end of this, that ink will drain away or evaporate into God's only know where.
I think he did tell him, actually.
He might have. It's not moving. And you is sitting next to the edge and has a really... He has a certain expression on his face, and if you want details, you will have to roll insight because it's complicated.
Oh yeah, he's going to come up a little closer, tilt his head. He'll roll insight. Is there anything wrong? And let's see, that is a not great. It's the professor, but that's an 11.
Okay, with an 11, Professor, you looks sick. Like, more than usual. More than just, you know, his usual state of literally being in partial decay. He looks scared.
Ill.
And he looks like he's gonna be sick. And Dyer is in his lap and sort of purring and rubbing up against him, clearly trying to be comforting, but he just keeps staring at this pool of ink. And sitting in his hand are 3 chunks of a familiar, because I think the professor has met people who have mirror crystals and has probably seen them in action. A familiar, iridescent, shifting color, glowing stone. And 1 item. A small glass jar on a set of black strings. And he looks over at the professor and he holds them up to him. You need to take these.
Oh, all right. He'll gather them up in his hands. It's something is wrong.
It's not going away. And I can't move. It's not going away. And it wants me back. I don't think I can stay here very long. I'm sorry.
Okay. How do I I don't know, how do I contact you later? Because I'm going to need to.
I don't know. I don't think you can. And he kind of winces, and you can see the ink from the pool in front of you guys has sort of a line that has crept up and wrapped around his ankle. And he looks at it. I don't think I can stay here any longer. It's pulling too hard. I'll try to be back soon. I'm so sorry. And then it's like he melts and gets pulled into the ink, and Dyer is left sitting on the edge next to you, Professor, as the ink in this crater fades away and the crater repairs itself as though time were rewinding, as though nothing ever happened.
Dyer, please tell me there wasn't anything I could have done to stop that.
I don't think the professor speaks Infernal or Cat.
No. Nope, neither.
He says that and just meow.
Yeah, basically, she just meows at him and then rubs up against his leg.
Okay. He's gonna just stand there for probably a few minutes, watching the now empty crater that you said is repairing itself, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And just going to look down at Dyer. All right, we should probably head back. I think the two of us have a lot of explaining to do. Or, well,
Meow.
we can try explaining.
Meow.
Come. Well, I mean, he's going to start walking towards where the teleportation station is.
And she will follow
I
after.
suppose if you find something out before I do, either come to that telephone box you've seen, or the Leighton house, I suppose.
She will actually, like, use a couple of different items around you guys as you walk down the street to parkour her way onto your shoulder.
Ah. Nice. He gives her a pat.
And she kind of gives a appreciative little cat sound, but her tail is swishing back and forth very agitatedly.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's her person.
Yeah, she's unhappy, and so is he.
Yep.
Ugh. Boy.
Would you like one small silly?
We would love a silly. Close us out with a silly, Marcy.
Because the professor gave the children instructions to where Crystal is staying, which they immediately disregarded. So I'd like to think after 5 or 10 minutes, he gets. Oh no, he doesn't get texts.
No.
He has a sending stone, he and Ari have sending stones.
Oh shit, that's right. You can get a call to sending stone. I had the thought of it's a very hushed conversation because Crystal's sleeping, but Ari being like, "I'm sorry, Professor, we're going to Leo's house," and Leo being like, "Yeah, no, knowing Crystal, the place she's staying, probably kind of rank. We're going to my house."
Oh,
He just
she'll be a bit more comfortable there. So sorry.
He's got the pocket mirror in his hand, and he just rubs at his face and like shares a kind of like, "Are you hearing this?" like look with Dyer.
Dyer looks back at
isn't-
him and then gives the kids on the phone just an approving nod, because she's been to the Leighton house to deliver stuff before, and she's very fond of that house.
Ari apologizes, and Leo immediately after is like, "I'm not sorry."
I'm sorry, I have to defend. How dare you say such a thing about TOC and Juniper's place?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't know that's where she was staying.
It's
Oh,
very
man.
nice, but Leo did not know that.
know that. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I just had to defend their honor. I think it's hilarious.
Yes,
Fair
yes.
enough.
He doesn't know these people. He saw the state of Crystal's office. He knows how she works.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll see you there then. He just rolls his eyes and closes the mirror.
Please know spiritually I'm giving you a peace sign.
Alright.
Yippee!
And I think with
Hey.
that is where we pan out. That is where we end for the day. Thank you, everybody who was in the audience. Thank you, everybody who has been so kind as to indulge me for this game. Thank you, everyone who played. Thank you, everyone who listened and will listen. Everybody say goodbye to our listening audience. Goodbye, listeners!
Bye-bye.
Bye!